Good morning, everybody. It is Monday, June 10th, 2024. This is a workshop meeting of the Commissioners of the City of Rehoboth Beach. We're live at City Hall Commissioners Room, second floor at City Hall. I'd like to call this meeting to order at exactly 9 o'clock a.m. Would you please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And we'll start off with roll call. Commissioner Don Preston.
Here.
Commissioner Tony Sharp.
Here.
Commissioner Ed Stranowski. Absent. Commissioner Patrick Gossett.
Here.
Commissioner Tim Bennett.
Here.
Commissioner Bunky Markert.
Here.
And Mayor Stan Mills. We have a quorum and are able to formally conduct business today. Thank you all for being here. I'd also like to introduce staff it takes to run this meeting. Of course, City Manager Taylor Tedder, City Secretary Ann Womack. Raise your hand, Corey. Corey from Building and Licensing. Mary Ellen from Community Planning. The judge will meet in a few minutes. Keith Chief Banks, and we've got a bunch of officers here that he's going to introduce shortly. Jean Lee, wave your hand, back in Human Resources, will be giving and addressing us shortly. Henry Matlos will be addressing us also. And I think that, and Alex Burns, our City Solicitor. Thank you all for being here. Would like to thank everybody that's here in person. The protocol for being in person is that at certain agenda items during the meeting, I will call on members of the public to give feedback. And the protocol would be to come up to the center microphone and identify yourself and what your relationship is to the city, and then give us your feedback. I do entertain a 3-minute limit on conversation per topic. And record indicate that Commissioner Ed Stranowski just joined us in the room. With that, also want to thank those that are watching virtually and remind people that we have documents. Here's about 70 pages of documents that support our individual agenda items. We call them support documents. And that is so that you can see what we see if they're received a sufficient time ahead of the agenda. With that, we're going to move on to the first item of business today, which is the swearing in of Sergeant Mark Sweet to Lieutenant of the Rehoboth Beach Police Department. Chief Banks.
Good morning, Mayor Mills, City Commissioners, and the general public. It is with great pleasure and honor that I introduce Sergeant Mark Sweet. This morning, he will be reaffirming his oath of office and will be sworn as lieutenant with Rehoboth Beach Police Department. I know Mark very well, and I know the first thing he would say, to be this successful, to get up to this rank, it takes a team. And his biggest team and support is with him today, his wife, Becky, and their 2 kids, Mackenzie and Aiden. So welcome. Sergeant Mark Sweet began his career with the Rehoboth Beach Police Department as a seasonal police officer in 2002. He accepted a position as a full-time police officer in 2003 and has been with this agency for over 20 years. During his time here, he has had the opportunity to contribute to the department as Bicycle Patrol Unit Commander, the Assistant Accreditation Manager, the Public Information Officer, and as Shift Patrol Sergeant. Mark has attended numerous leadership courses to include the FBI, Law Enforcement Executive Development Association's Trilogy of Leadership classes, and the Delaware State Police 3-week Leadership Development Program. Lieutenant Sweet will be assigned to operations and will oversee and be tasked with working on accreditation, which includes policies and procedures, the PIO and website coordinator, training and management, and special units, which include the detective and our school resource officer. I'd like to congratulate Mark today for attaining this rank. I appreciate all his hard work and dedication, and congratulate him. So at this time, I'd like to call up Judge Renee Bennett to do the swearing in. And Mark, if you come to the front, and are you going to have your wife hold the Bible? Oh, Mackenzie, okay. Daughter.
I, and state your full name,
I, Mark Sweet,
do voluntarily enter into service
do voluntarily enter into service
with the Rehoboth Beach Police Department
with Rehoboth Beach Police Department
as a lieutenant
as a lieutenant
on this, the 10th day
on this, the 10th day
of June
of June
in the year 2024.
in the year 2024.
I do solemnly swear
I do solemnly swear
that as long as I am employed
that as long as I am employed
by the Rehoboth Beach Police Department,
by the Rehoboth Beach Police Department,
I will bear true faith
I will bear true faith
and allegiance
and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States of America,
to the Constitution of the United States of America,
the Constitution of the State of Delaware,
the Constitution of the State of Delaware,
and the Charter of the City of Rehoboth Beach, Delaware.
and the Charter of the City of Rehoboth Beach, Delaware.
I promise to faithfully
I promise to faithfully
and impartially
and impartially
discharge and perform all the duties incumbent on me
as a lieutenant
for the City of Rehoboth Beach,
for the City of Rehoboth Beach,
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Again, congratulations. Mayor, if we could just take a few minutes, if we could get a photo op with you and the family and the judge. Judge, before we run out, could we get a photo again with all of you up here? If we could get the family up front, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
I'm sorry, the family, just a family. Thank you, thank you. Again, thank you so much and congratulations.
Next item of business is correspondence. The correspondence received a sufficient time prior to the meeting, is embedded in the agenda. We don't need to go over them. They're embedded in the agenda, and you're available to read them at your leisure. We do have one email referencing basements, 3 emails representing, addressing the partnership for the BPW and the county topic, including an extra comment by Paul Serrano about Moby mats at Deauville Beach. The Christopher Toulouse, from the Executive Director of Delaware for Center for Inland Bays, actually submitted an attachment that did not get embedded in there timely, even though it was received timely. So we'll read that at the appropriate time if he's not here at that time. With that, we'll move on to the city manager's report.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. The first item of update this morning is on the Beach Patrol construction. Design modifications for the foundation required as a result of changes in timber pile installation have been finalized. This week, concrete will be poured for pile caps and footers. This process will take approximately 1 month. Once the concrete work for pile caps and footers is completed, construction of the retaining wall on the north side of the project will commence, and the concrete pad for the generator will be poured. The State Road Pump Station is now fully operational and utilizing the 16-inch force main. The 12-inch force main, which is used for emergencies, is also ready if needed. Some finishing work will continue to occur at the project site, including changing a 10-inch water line to plastic, as well as installing permanent fencing and landscaping. Summer recreation programs kick off today. The city's recreation department is offering creative, educational, and healthy activities for the young and young at heart at Grove Park this summer. From craft activities for kids every Monday and Wednesday morning to storytime yoga, from kite making to a walking, jogging club, all activities are free and open to residents as well as visitors. See the city's website for more information and a schedule of activities. We'll have restricted access to Sussex Street tomorrow. Delmarva Power will install LED lights on Sussex Street tomorrow. Parking and access to the road between 3rd and 4th Streets will be restricted. The lights have been planned to be installed since April, but delivery of the needed parts was delayed. Rehoboth Avenue paving is coming this fall. DelDOT has contracted with ADEL to repave Rehoboth Avenue this fall. Work will take place overnight, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., Sunday through Thursday, beginning around October 1st. As part of this project, new accessible ramps and other concrete work will be completed first, then milling of the road will begin. How the timing of the milling work coincides with the Sea Witch Festival is still being worked out, and night paving is heavily temperature dependent, and the contractor hopes the work will be completed this fall, so there's no need to return in the spring. And again, the city remains in good financial shape. I'm happy to report this month, just like last month, the city is in a strong financial position. Auditors will arrive next week to begin the audit of the fiscal year 24 budget, and we anticipate a surplus in general and water funds, and the wastewater fund will also will break even. Also, preliminary parking data indicates that the city brought in approximately $100,000 more in meter payments this May over May of 2023. A year-to-date budget report is being prepared for Commissioners' June 21 meeting and will provide a more complete update on the city's current financial standing. The next CDP update is due to the state in 2027. Planning and Community Development Director Mary Ellen Gray has confirmed that the city's review of the Comprehensive Development Plan is due to the state in June 2027. The city will begin to look at conversations centered around the CDP review in fiscal year 2026. In addition, as an additional follow-up to last month's meeting, the city received signed agreement letters from each of the 4 community groups who received a grant through the city's fiscal year 2025 budget. We have the outfall inspection next week. If you think you might be seeing something unusual in the ocean next week, you may be right. Divers will conduct the required biannual inspection of the city's ocean outfall next week, and divers will work from an offshore boat, and their work is extremely weather dependent. And lastly, the city offices will be closed June 19th, which is a Wednesday, in observance of Juneteenth.
Any questions of the city manager by commissioners?
Yeah, Mayor, I would, when you guys talk about parking at the next meeting, I would like to do a revenue comparison, but because we changed rates, it's not really apples to apples. So I'd also like to look at units or however you measure the time.
Sure, we can do that. Yeah.
Anybody else?
Yes, also, if you could, at the budget update at the regular meeting, if you would include any of the implications that we will be feeling from the redesign and changes in the Beach Patrol building. And is the Sussex County or Sussex street lights, is that a pilot project or how did that come about, the LED updates?
I can address that.
Turn that on there, Henry.
That came about as a result of a couple dark spots on the street that some citizens had asked for additional lights. So met with Delmarva Power, and rather than adding just one LED light in that area, they're redoing in that from 300 to 400 block, changing all of them to LEDs.
Great, thank you.
Commissioner Bennett?
Yeah, on the CDP schedule, are we off? We're off now on the 5 years? Is that the conclusion?
Correct. So it's 5 years from when it was completed.
So we took 7 years.
Correct.
Thanks.
Anybody else? Thank you very much. With that, we'll move on to, you're done? We'll move on to City Solicitor's report. Alex?
Good morning, Mayor. Thank you. I don't have an update today.
Okay, well, that makes it easy. With that, before we get to the next item of business, I'd like to explain where we are at. We have our liaison to the different agencies. We have been having our liaison reports at our regular meetings. because of a desire by this board to make some changes. My new protocol and anticipating writing to the different agencies and letting them know what the protocol is, and that is that liaison reports will be in writing only and be embedded in the regular meeting agendas. There will be an opportunity for oral liaison report at least once a year. With that, what we will substitute for that is department head reports. And that's where we're at today. The sequencing of the department head reports is done by the city manager. And today he has selected department briefing from the Human Resources Department. I'll turn it over to you or you.
Okay, good morning. My
ahead.
name's Jean Lee, and I'm the Human Resources and Payroll Administrator for the City of Rehoboth. And can you put my presentation, or can you put this screen up? So this is just going to be a quick brief of kind of where we are with our positions, how seasonal hiring went, and kind of what we're looking forward to doing in the next 12 months with Human Resources. So we'll go over seasonal positions, open positions, and then the next 12 months. So for seasonal positions, we'll start with the Streets Department. We were budgeted for 6 positions. We actually hired 8 because we lose a lot of those seasonals through the year, so we overhire and then it all just kind of works out. With those 8, we were able to actually transition one of them to an open full-time CDL position that's been open for about a year. He came to us from another trash company, and he was a perfect fit, so we slid him in there right away. And then we also realigned Streets Department's part-time positions to create a full-time labor position and hired a second seasonal, or one that we had as a seasonal, into that laborer position as full-time because we really liked him and we didn't want to lose him at the end of the season. So we realigned some stuff and created a full-time position for him as well. We hired 4 meter techs because the meter tech division is now in Streets Department. We are struggling right now. There are some injuries, not work-related in that right now that we're dealing with, so we're short-handed with meter techs, but Bill Maffei is working some extra hours and we're making it work. All of that should be fixed here in the next couple weeks, and we should have 4 meter techs working out there. And we were budgeted for 4 meter techs. For Beach Patrol, we hired 68 lifeguards / EMTs. That's our lieutenants, our regular lifeguards, all of that. And then we also have 2 beach ambassadors this year, which is 1 more than we did last year. And last year was kind of our little pilot program on, should we have a beach ambassador, will it work? It worked well, so we went with 2 this year. And we were budgeted for 70 Beach Patrol. Police, we were only able to hire 9 seasonal police officers. We were budgeted for 15, which we had cut from 20, so we struggled with getting applicants for the police department. And Chief and I will continue to try and figure out how to get more of those each summer, but that is definitely a struggle. And as Chief has brought up, housing is a big struggle with that because most of them come from out of town. So if they don't have somewhere to live, we lose them because they can't take the job. So we're gonna have to continue to work on a solution for our seasonal police. Parking department, we hired 27. We lost 3 right before the season started, but we were able to replace 2 of those already. And we budgeted for 28. What we did cut out of our budget this year was Deauville Beach. We eliminated those positions, so we do have less parking than we did previously. Any questions on seasonals before I move on? Yes.
It may be a question for the chief, but you can try to answer it. If I recall, the new summer program for Ocean City, Maryland seasonal officers was to not hire seasonal officers anymore, but to instead hire full-timers. If that's true, did that impact our hiring? I would have thought maybe it would open up so we would have even more seasonals.
That is true for next year. This or last year having the seasonal officers. They are having public safety aides that don't have arrest powers. They'll help on internal stuff inside the department. So that wouldn't help this year. But I don't see that as helping us for recruitment in the following years. The pool they were looking at were 21 and above because they actually carry firearms down in Ocean City. So it's sworn. So we're looking at the 19, 20, 21-year-old, but not necessarily, we will not be giving them firearms. So I don't see the transition equal more coming down here.
All right, thank you, Chief. Okay.
And, Chief, we did, one of the rationales that I think we allowed 2 more full-time positions here in this fiscal 25 budget was because their inability to get some of the seasonal. So we have more full-time officers in the city now than, right?
Correct.
And was that part of the rationale?
Yeah, that is part of rationale, as well as we needed just with all the special event and the stuff that we have to do with the new laws that are coming in, just the sheer paperwork and things and accreditations and all and post requirements. But that is part of the rationale too. Yes, to start getting them in there. As you know, it takes you got to do a hiring process. You got to get them hired. Then you got to wait for an academy for 6 to 7 months, and then you have a field training. So it takes about 2 years to get an officer on board. So anytime you know you have some openings, and as I said previously, we have potential of 7 retirees ready to go next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Gene.
Okay, so we'll move on to our regular full-time, part-time, year-round positions that we have open right now. Some of these were created this year, and some of these are positions that have been open for a while. The first one is our wastewater equipment operator. This position requires a CDL. It's specifically because our sewer vac requires a CDL with a tank endorsement, and we have 2 CDL drivers. However, one of them we're fairly certain is going to leave when we stop hauling sludge. He is a truck driver through and through, and he doesn't want to stay for the wastewater stuff. So that would leave us with 1 CDL driver. So we absolutely need a second CDL driver in wastewater. This position has been open for a year, a little over a year. This afternoon, I'm going to meet with some different department heads in our Public Works Department and see if we can't come up with a solution for this. We do have our own CDL program that we train 2 CDL drivers every year. So we're going to see if we can't come up with a plan to maybe get some extra CDL drivers and get this position filled with somebody that's dedicated to be a CDL driver but might not hold the license yet. So we're going to have that meeting this afternoon and see if we can't solve this problem, but we definitely need to fill this position. The second one we're struggling with that desperately needs to be filled is our urban forestry and parks manager position. This has been open for 7 months. It requires an arborist certification. We have had 10 applicants. We've interviewed 2. One was not certified yet. We weren't quite comfortable with where he was at in the certification process, so we didn't move forward with him. The other one was certified, but chose to stay with his own employer for different reasons. We've scheduled some other ones and had them change their mind and decide not to come interview here. Most of them have been from out of town. We haven't had many applicants from here in Delaware. We do have 1 applicant right now that I'm trying to schedule an interview with. And several of the applicants also just aren't certified arborists, so, and have no intention to be certified. They've done landscaping or something like that, but we have to have a certified arborist, so we don't even interview the ones that don't want to be certified. The next position is the deputy city clerk position. This is not a new position, however, it was a full-time position. We hired, they didn't stay very long, and then we got a temp in here to do some work, some filing specifically, and now we've revamped the position to a part-time position. We've had 8 applicants for this position, but just not qualified applicants. So we are still working on that. It's being advertised, and we'll work a little harder on trying to see if we can't find somebody to fit into that position. The next position is the part-time custodian position. One of our custodians just retired the end of May, so that we have that part-time position open. We also have a new full-time custodian who started today. So he filled Joe Hagel's position, who had moved up when we realigned building and grounds with the budget year. So we do have one new full-time one today. And another position that is open is our communications assistant. We haven't actually posted this position yet. We were waiting for the new city manager, make sure we had the job exactly the way we wanted it before we hired somebody for it. Me and Lynn have worked on the job description, and I anticipate that it's going to be posted this week, both Indeed, Cape Gazette. I'm sure Lynn has some places to post those kind of jobs for social media and things like that. So we'll get that job posted this week. Another job that I didn't put on the PowerPoint is our dispatch. We still need to fill the position that we created this year. We do have 2 people in the pipeline for interviews here in the next couple weeks, so hopefully one of them will take that last position. And then we still don't have a supervisor in dispatch because we're waiting to fill dispatch so we can internally promote somebody to that. So if we can get one of these 2 applicants hired, some of the ones we have hired before, much like the police, they take a while to train. It's at least 6, 7, 8 months to get a dispatcher where they need to be, and so we can get that supervisor position filled, and dispatch will be complete. Any questions on our open positions? Okay. Oh.
Okay.
Okay, where do we want to go in the next 12 months? These are some things some personal things that I want to get HR better at, and some things that I've worked with Evan and I've brought up to Taylor on things we just need to get done. And these are our priorities this year. Last year was the compensation and benefits study. This year we're going to move on to a few other things. One thing that we are going to do is revamp our employee evaluation process, and also to include a better, fairer merit raise process. I have done some training with Munis, and we can do this within our own programs we already have, so we're going to work on that. Something that you guys asked for during our budget season was a strategic workforce plan. Where are we going? Evan kind of started this. We have information from most of the departments. We've started working on this. I've worked with a few department heads, and we'll just continue to work on this over the next few months to have a good plan going into the next budget year. It's also already identified a couple of things that we'll probably hire before the next budget year to fill gaps that we're going to have in the next fiscal year. The next thing is to continue to evaluate the city's benefit package based off of what our comp and benefit study had. Some things we need to continue to look at were like vacation, longevity bonuses, the retirement bonus, some things, little things like that that we just need to finish making decisions on, basically. Another thing is to create an employee appreciation and recognition program. We recognize our employees here and there. We have given some bonuses. We have the coin program. We give out certificates every now and again, but nothing formal, nothing that's citywide. Everyone knows how it works. We're going to get that figured out. And we are working on a few different things that I've talked with other cities around us and things that work really well with that. So we're going to get that up and running this year, as well as I'm going to continue to streamline our hiring process. In the last year, year and a half, we've went from paper applications all over the city and just paperwork strewed everywhere to a lot of stuff online. There's a couple more steps that I can take to make that more efficient for both the applicants and for us. So we're going to continue to streamline that process. Do you guys have any other questions for me?
Anybody? Would you just do a brief synopsis of the job scope within HR department? What are the things you do? I think you do payroll, you do this, you do that, and then how many are in your department?
I am in my department. Basically what I do is, so this has been evolving over the last year. We didn't have HR before. Lawrence came, he made an official HR. So it's kind of been evolving over the last year, and I feel it will continue to evolve over the next couple of years just to get us where we need to be. Some of the things that I do the recruiting, the advertising, calling applicants, asking them questions, scheduling interviews. I do that for all city departments, including the police and dispatch departments. I do any regular personnel questions, concerns, issues. I work with our labor attorney on those kinds of things, make recommendations to the city manager, work with the city manager on those things. I oversee our CDL and drug screening processes. I work with outside agencies on both those things. I oversee our benefits. So I'm the benefits administrator too, with the state and with our own benefits that we have. I oversee and make recommendations on compensation. So I have a couple programs now that I use to make sure new positions or positions we have, we're compensating correctly. I do payroll, as you mentioned, all of that, paying the taxes, all of that stuff coordinated with payroll. And I also work very closely with the department heads on trying to figure out, the open positions, where can we move people? When we have open jobs, can we move people within the city? Basically all of that stuff. And I'm sure I missed something that I do, but that's the basic.
Oh, very good. And she's quite happy with her new office location. It used to be the first floor windowless.
Third
and now it's
floor,
the third floor
beach view.
overlooking part of the ocean.
Yes, so.
Good job.
I had a question. I've noticed in the last, several years or whatever, there's more focus on recruiting services that claim that they can, get you somebody in an hour or something, and I was just curious, has your experience with, I guess the new ways that you can recruit for people, has that kind of borne any fruit at all? Or
So we don't use any company to recruit for us. I don't think we've really needed. I've had companies contact us, but a lot of the positions we have, those companies don't recruit for. They're not admin positions. They're not, basic office positions. I haven't had anybody I talk to that'll go get me a CDL driver in a hurry. So we haven't really used any that will go find people for us. However, we did start paying for an Indeed subscription for the city, and I do use Indeed's recruiting resources. So there's resources in there where I have worked with the CDL and the arborist positions and actually went out and asked people, I've read their resumes. So I am using the Indeed's recruiting stuff. I've dabbled a little bit in the LinkedIn. That's not quite as easy to use as Indeed is, so I prefer to pay for the Indeed's subscription. But there's a lot more resources out there to try and recruit.
Yeah, okay, well, just curious.
Jean, I'm going to back up to seasonal positions. Is there a reason why we have the parking meter techs in streets department and not parking?
Because we moved Bill Maffei, who is the tech services, over to streets. He does a lot of work with the streets department, and he also is our lead meter tech. So because we moved him, he is their supervisor. And although they're doing the meters, which is parking, they really work directly for Bill Maffei, not so much with June or Frank or the parking department.
I would just ask that when we're looking at budgetary things, are we allocating any of that expense to parking?
No, all of that was put in streets. So this year we moved all of those positions over to streets.
Okay.
Jean, on the urban forestry and parks manager, have you yet had a situation where you had a qualified candidate and just because of the arborist certification, you were not able to recommend them? Did you mention that and I missed it already?
So we did interview one that didn't have the certification, but in the end, we decided he also probably didn't have other skills he needed on top of the certification. We had interviewed one that was certified, but we just couldn't lure him here from his current position. His current employer offered him more to stay there. And then I had one from Florida that was really wanted to interview. However, when it came down to it, he said we weren't paying enough. We have upped the pay. We started at 65 to 70,000 with this position. That's where it was prior to it being vacant. And we are now 75 to 80, leaning towards more the 80,000 for the compensation for this position. So, and we're still not really getting too many applicants, so.
And would you say, I guess it is the combination of both the salary and the requirement for the
Yes.
certification?
Well, certified arborists can work for tree companies
Right.
as sales and make a lot more than we're probably ever going to be able to pay a certified arborist. They also can work remote and all those other things that we can't necessarily accommodate all of those things.
And I guess what's rolling around in my head is, well, what is the future of requiring that certification if you can't fill the job?
Our code has it all over it that we have to have a certified arborist. So that's what's driving the requirement for this certification.
Understood, yeah.
Yeah.
And the other comment that I have is I'm very impressed, having worked with you over the last year and a bit, I believe, since the previous city manager instituted the role that you're currently in. It's amazing to me that we never had anyone in as a central point of contact in what you're doing now. I don't know how we survived without you in it. And to see what you would like to have happen in the next 12 months, I just think that really starts to shape up day-to-day activities as well as with much more discipline and efficiency. So thank you for that. And I think the city will be much better off with you remaining in this position and doing what you're doing. Thank you.
Yeah, kudos, Jeans. You've done a great job.
Gene, also thank you very much for being promoted from within and growing into the position. You've really done quite a great accomplishment in that period of time. In reviewing your 12-month accomplishments there or ideas that you wish to accomplish, do you have any particular priorities in those or timeframes of accomplishment?
So the employee evaluation is 100% my number one priority. We have struggled with our employee evaluations, really creating a fair across all the departments evaluation, as well as one of my biggest pet peeves is it's a 1 to 3 scale. You're either the worst, you're okay, or you're the absolutely best. We need something that's in between. We need more options, and we need things that are tailored more to specific departments. It's very general right now. So employee evaluations and getting our merit raise process formal and fair across the board is my absolute number one priority for this year. And that needs to happen in the next few months because we need to give training to department heads on how to use it. Being that it would be a computer, we're going to do it through our employee program in Munis. We also need to give training to our just general employees on how do they see their evaluation, how do they make comments on their evaluation, goal setting. That is my 100% most important thing I think that needs to happen this year. And then the strategic workforce plan, that's just that's an ongoing thing, and we've already made some progress on that. The rest of the benefits, those are decisions we just need to make. Things we need to talk to our employee committee, which we have a meeting on the 20th, and then move forward with those. And then the employee appreciation recognition program, that's already in the works as well. We just need to make some final decisions and get that going. And streamlining the hiring process, I am always working on that. So that's just an ongoing project.
Thank you. On your employee evaluation process, is that, you say currently it's 1, 2, and 3, what have you, but are you anticipating also with goals, specific goals, accomplishment goals for merit ratings as opposed to just the COLA?
So by using our Munis program, there is so much that we can do with this. We can start with our employees can give their own goals they want to reach or where they feel like they've come this year or they can put in their own comments before they get evaluated. Because right now it's a department head evaluating an employee. Very little input from the employee until they sit down to counsel them after it's done. So the employee will have some input. There's goal setting in this program. There is goal setting that we can use this program, if used properly, throughout the year. As you reach your goals and things, we can acknowledge that, and that will help with the end evaluation. And with the merit raise part in there, that is a kind of a formula within the system that if you've reached these things, you've got rated on these things, this is where you should be at. That being said, there is always room for a little more or a slight adjustment by the department head on the merit raises, but the starting point will all be at the same point.
And with regard to the strategic workforce plan, is that where succession planning would be an element of that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else?
I'd say one more comment. I'm very encouraged by this, and I just wanted to just maybe cite the relationship or whatever of some of the comments that our new city manager has made, speaking about a strategic plan for the city, which is obviously a large undertaking and will take, a good bit of effort in order to carry that out. But I think one of the things that is valuable in that process, obviously the process will involve it isn't something that's going to be conducted by us and the city manager and suddenly we unveil it. It's part and parcel with the entire staff and everyone to understand what the process is and for them to participate in it. But also the end product is that people understand not only where they are on the organization chart, but where are they in the plan. And I just wanted to state that I think that this process is critical. I think we all here have had frustrations about or whatever, but the fact that I think we're in capable hands that can actually do this, and obviously with you involved as well, which increases our chances of success. So, but anyway, I just wanted to state that for the group. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Gene.
Mayor,
Very
if
helpful.
I also may just follow up on your earlier comments with regards to the change in the liaison reporting process, and that was discussion by the commissioners here, and that change is made so that on a monthly basis, as you mentioned, different department heads will report back to the commission and to the public gathered here. And I think it's also very helpful in that sense that helping also the other departments understand what their departments, their counter departments are doing, their roles and responsibilities, just a better communication process. It certainly is not the elimination of any of the liaison reports or information that's going on with those organizations throughout the city, but really these departments are reflective of what goes on in the city, how it manages, how the city is managed, and also the respect of what other employees are doing. So I think this change is greatly warranted, and I look forward to other departments throughout the year being a part of this. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Tom, your name and relationship to the city.
Tom Gaynor, property owner in North and South Rehoboth. Hey, I'm sorry that Tony's not here. This is probably the one time that we'd actually agree.
There she is.
Oh, Tony, I'm so glad you didn't miss it. I agree wholeheartedly with your last comments. Thank you for everything you're doing. I think your position is long overdue, and the coherence that you're bringing to the task is most appreciated. You mentioned the arborist certification issue. It's in the code. It's not in the charter, right?
Yes.
Okay, so the code is changeable. The charter we could just ignore, but the code is changeable. And if there is a certification that's an inhibitor to you getting applicants, somebody there could make a motion at a future meeting, change the certification requirement, because how often is the certification really necessarily invoked throughout the year?
So with the arborist position, it's a daily basis.
Really?
Our building inspectors have to have their final say. Like we are contracted right now with an arborist, and we are constantly using them. That is a position that we really do use their certification and their knowledge on decision making with our building stuff almost on a daily basis.
But it's satisfied by an outside contractor.
Right now it is, but it's a little rocky right now with an outside contractor. That's why we really want it internally.
Okay, but if it's an inhibitor and we're facing job inflationary costs, and we
Yep.
all know why.
Yep.
But the certification is within their control to change, and we have a solution because there's a handful of outside certified arborists that we could rely on. Is there a desire or recommendation that we could get by on perhaps somebody who fits the suit at the price, rather than pricing ourselves continually into a stratosphere, and then supplementing the actual need for that certification with an outside contractor?
This is a very long, ongoing, so you bring up a lot of things that we are currently discussing.
Good.
These
I'm
are
glad.
things that we have discussed and have gone much deeper on. We're not going to close the position by any means right now. We're just trying to still fit the best puzzle piece in
And I
to
have
the way that it works.
empathy for the
so.
challenge, because quite honestly, from the resident's perspective, I don't think anybody cares about certification. What we care about is that there are 4 half-dead trees on Bayard Avenue. There's a completely dead tree on Bayard Avenue. And, I wish that, as I mentioned to you at the Rehoboth Beach Homeowners Association meeting, there's a 12-week production here. Opening day is Memorial Day. Closing day is Labor Day. We're not ready, ever, for opening day. And the play has begun. And if you walk along Scarborough, you walk along Bayard, the 2 most beautiful avenues in Rehoboth, they look awful.
Thank you,
That's
Tom.
not a certification issue.
Thank you,
That's
Tom.
just a good management issue.
Thank you, Tom.
Okay, thank you.
With that, thank you, Jean. With that, we're going to move on to our first item of old business, which is discussion by the Building and Licensing Department on non-habitable basements. I would like to start off actually. I just like some clarification. Under background, it says over, second paragraph starts, during the March 6th, 2024 Mayor and Commissioners Workshop, a majority vote was taken to prohibit the future construction of non-habitable basements. 2 things I wanted a clarification on. One is, I believe the reference is to May 6th instead of March 6th, if somebody could check that out. The other thing is, because that was a workshop meeting, no votes were taken at that meeting. It mentions a majority vote was taken to prohibit future construction. There may have been a consensus gleaned from that, but there was no vote. So I just would like some clarification at some point, not right now. And with that, I'll turn it over to Corey.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioner, City Manager, and the public. Corey Shinko, Building Inspector. To your point, Mayor, you're correct. It should read May 6, 2024. And the vote was simply a consensus. That was when the question was posed on that workshop, do we want to continue to allow non-habitable basements to be built in Rehoboth or not? And majority consensus was given to the staff to move forward by taking the non-habitable basements out in a draft ordinance, which we'll present at this meeting this morning.
Very good. Thank you, Corey.
This is the agenda item report. It is embedded so everyone can see it. I will move right over to the presentation as it is redundant. All of the points specified here in the agenda item report are mentioned in the presentation. So with that being said, this issue has been going on for quite some time. It really started in a 2006 ordinance that allowed for 6-foot 6-inch non-habitable basements to be built in Rehoboth Beach. And the intention in that was to allow for storage space underneath houses that wouldn't be used for living or sleeping space. These basements are known as non-habitable basements per our building code, our adopted building code. And to this day, any basement that's built under a ceiling height of 7 feet is considered a non-habitable basement, meaning that it's prohibited for the use of living, sleeping, eating, or cooking. Citing the life safety issues that were cited over many different workshops over the past 12 months here, unlawful conversions that were cited in the October workshop of 2023, and an overall risk of non-habitable basements. Commissioners tasked city staff with removing them from Rehoboth Beach zoning code at the May 10th workshop. Oh, and would you be able to switch the control over to this point here?
Yeah, I'm controlling it now. You may have to stick a thumb drive in there. It's on the computer. Okay.
Okay, if we could move to the next slide, to the objective slide.
Can we switch it to him operating it?
Thank you for your patience, everyone. I'll read off the objectives, and then hopefully the screens will catch up. There we go. So the objective this morning is really to eliminate life safety issues arising from non-habitable basements. There are other issues at play here. The city staff does understand that, and we are looking forward to working some of those issues out at perhaps future meetings. But right now, this morning, we are simply trying to present the ordinance that would remove the non-habitable basements for construction. So the first one is to create definitions to basement, crawl space, floor, and wall finish. The second objective is to delete all mentions of 6-foot 6-inch basements from the city's zoning code as it conflicts with Rehoboth Beach's adopted building code. The third one is to propose a 250 square foot credit to unfinished electrical, mechanical, gas, and plumbing equipment spaces in basements. And the fourth one is to propose zoning protections and limitations for existing dwellings incorporating non-habitable basements. How we ask that commissioners can help today is to simply listen to the staff's presentation, listen to the public's input, and consider adopting or amending this draft ordinance this morning. The first ordinance change is definitions. On the bottom portion of this is the current definitions that Rehoboth has in our zoning code. Right now, we do not have one for crawl space, and our basement is quite vague. So what we are proposing to do is to define basement as that portion of a building between the floor and ceiling which is wholly or partly below grade, having a minimum ceiling height of 7 feet, and having 50% or more of its height below the finished grade at any point on the periphery of the building. This definition is taken mostly from the International Residential and Building Code, as well as other municipalities around the area. We have 7 feet in here, as Rehoboth seeks to do away with non-habitable basements. 7-foot minimum ceiling height is the minimum requirement for a habitable basement. So that's why that height is in there. The 50% is there just to address any homes that may be built on a split level. The crawl space is an underfloor space that is not a basement. So this is going to be anything that's not a 7-foot basement would then fit a definition of crawl space, which has a vertical measurement not more than 48 inches measured from the constructed or natural floor to the underside of the floor joist of the floor above. So what this really means is what this draft ordinance would do would put a floor space height of 4 feet, no greater than 4 feet for a crawl space. And then if you wanted to build a basement, you would have a minimum ceiling height of 7 feet or more, and nothing could be built between 4 and 7 feet, which is what we have right now with the 6-foot 6-inch basements. In addition to those, staff is proposing to add to add 2 more definitions in, and these definitions have been brought up before at previous workshops, and it's simply floor finish and wall finish. And we're defining these to clarify the city staff's recommended amendment for a 250 square foot credit to an unfinished, basically mechanical utility space in a basement. And in order to use the word unfinished so that there wouldn't be any perhaps vague interpretations, we would use these definitions for that amendment. They're very similar to each other. The finished floor is any natural or synthetic material covering masonry, wood, or steel-framed floors, including but not limited to carpet, hardwood, vinyl, and tile. Protective epoxy coatings are permitted. And the wall finish would be, again, any natural or synthetic material covering masonry, wood, or steel-framed walls, including but not limited to drywall, tile, paneling, plaster, moldings, and trim. And I will, this slide will come up again where it's addressed to the amendment. In addition to that, the city staff is proposing to delete any mentions of 6'6" or non-habitable basements of any kind. These definitions come from 270-4, the city's zoning definition section of the zoning code. Under the definition of floor area, gross, items C1, C2, E1, and E2 call out either words or entire phrases that have to do with non-habitable spaces or 6'6", and that would take away any suggestion that our zoning code may suggest that you could build these non-habitable spaces in these areas. And so these current definitions suggest that these areas can lawfully be built. Removing these sections will move the zoning definitions more in line with the adopted building code. And so if anyone has any questions in the future when it comes to this, we can also cite our International Residential or International Building Code for reference. The big deletion here is 270-21B1C, and this is in the city zoning code under floor area. This section has been in the city zoning code again since 2006. It reads, a basement where the vertical measurement from the basement floor to the bottom of the first floor floor joist does not exceed 6.5 feet, and the bottom of the first floor floor joists are not at a height of more than 3 feet as measured from a point where the center line of the building to be erected intersects with the center line of the street on which the building will front shall not be included in gross floor area. And what this code has been doing over the past 20 years or so has been suggesting that you can build a 6'6" basement in Rehoboth. What that is in conflict with our building codes. So we will delete this entire section to remove this as an item that could be taken advantage of moving forward. So this would delete this section. What remains, and this is without making any modifications, this is what our zoning code has had for many, many years. We are not making any changes to this, but I simply wanted to bring this up for everyone to view today. I created this diagram here to kind of show what, on the bottom of this slide here, this figure shows above ground bulk of a single family dwelling with a pool and a crawl space. Again, this has been legally, someone's been able to legally build this for many years, so this isn't changing anything, but what this does show is in our zoning code, just above the section that we propose to delete, is 270-21B1A. And I'll really get into what this is showing here. This is the font that's in bold. For properties incorporating an accessory swimming pool, 50% can be used for the first 5,000 square feet of gross lot area and 25% for any additional gross lot. So what that typically means is this shows a 50 by 100 foot lot, and on average, we normally see about a 1,250 or 1,250 square foot first floor, on average another 1,250 square foot second floor. That makes up 2,500 square feet, which is what our code allows as the maximum size house that could be built. The bottom part under A here states the first 250 square feet of an open front porch shall be excluded from the gross floor area, provided such porch is located on the street of the side of the building at the first floor level, roofed, one floor with no living space or deck above the porch, meets the definition of an open front porch, in 270-4, and is not heated or air conditioned, and any square footage in excess of 250 square feet shall be included in the gross floor area. And this is where you see in pink the customary 250 square foot open front porch in an R1 district. It can be within 10 feet of the lot line, The pool is located within the setbacks. The house is located in the setbacks, and this is usually how houses are built. They're kind of shoved to one side to allow for off-street parking on the other side. And this is the bulk with what you could do now, and this is also what's kind of looked at right now with houses that have 6-foot 6-inch basements. And this is one that you could build with a crawl space. This slide here, this figure shows the above-ground bulk of a single-family dwelling with a pool and a full basement. Again, this is no code changes, but this is just simply to kind of illustrate to everyone here what the overhead, the above-ground bulk of a property, an average property in Rehoboth, a 5,000 square foot lot in an R1 district, would look like if they incorporated a swimming pool. And usually, again, on average, the first floor remains about the same. We usually see one bedroom on these first floors with an open floor plan of a kitchen, a living room, usually a bathroom, a foyer, a mudroom, and then upstairs is where most of the bedrooms and bathrooms are put. And that'll shrink down to, on average, again, 750 square feet. So this is kind of what a above-ground bulk looks like. And in addition to this, what you're not seeing here is the 1,000 square foot basement. The reason that the second floor shrinks comes from 270-21B1B. And I've emboldened here the text saying for properties incorporating an accessory swimming pool, the gross floor area now shrinks from 50% to 40% above ground for the first 5,000 square feet of a lot area, and from 30% to 25% for any additional gross lot area. On average, a 5,000 square foot home means you're going to reduce the above ground square footage by 10%, so that's 500 square feet. And so this is where you see from the reduction here, the loss of that square footage. And kind of on a table where you can see these numbers here, this is a density comparison on, again, 5,000 square foot lots. I know we're not here to discuss density today, but that could be a topic in the future. And this slide is just kind of a brief introduction of again, on average, 5,000 square foot lots in the R1 district. The first portion of this slide shows the type of house currently built, and these are with the 6-foot 6-inch non-habitable basements. There is red font here, and that indicates currently permitted 6-foot 6-inch basement areas found to be unlawfully advertised as usable space. This ties back into the October 2023 workshop meeting there. The first section here is a single-family dwelling without a pool or a 6-foot 6-inch basement. Our code allows a 3,000 square foot house to be built. You would have 0 underfloor space because you would not be using a 6-foot 6-inch basement here. This would really just be with a crawl space or a slab on grade. So the house could be 3,000 square feet. That's the maximum you could build here in Rehoboth without a pool. If you have without a pool, but you want to put a 6-foot 6-inch basement, and this is about 2/3 of all the houses built, you can use the 3,000 square foot above ground, but now on average we're also seeing 1,500 square foot below ground. These are currently being allowed to be fully finished, and so what we're kind of seeing here now are houses that our zoning code only allows for 3,000, but really with a fully finished package on the first floor, the second floor, and these non-habitable basements, they're netting around 4,500 square feet. If we move to properties with pools, we jump from 3,000 down to 2,500, so you lose the 500 square feet above ground, and that's where you have that 2,500 square feet. If you incorporate a 6-foot 6-inch basement, and again, many of the houses do incorporate pools and 6-foot 6-inch basements, they're very popular here in Rehoboth, you'll have your 2,500 square feet above ground, on average, your 1,250 below ground, and so we're seeing properties with 3,750 square feet, a fully finished space, but our zoning code is really saying these houses can only be 2,500. So in doing away with non-habitable basements, we're effectively deleting the possibility for these redlined items to occur. What remains, and again, this is without any changes, so this is something that could be built right now. A single-family dwelling without a pool or basement is, again, 3,000. There's no change there. If you want a property that has a fully habitable basement and you want to take advantage of the 1,000 square foot credit, you can have a 2,500 square foot above ground house, a 1,000 square foot below ground, and you net a total of 3,500 square feet of usable space in your house. That goes kind of to density, not over above ground bulk. A single family dwelling with a pool and without a basement, again, you're capped right at that 2,500 square feet. And if you wanted to now build a single-family dwelling with a pool and with a habitable basement using the 1,000 square foot credit, you would shrink even more to 2,000 square feet above ground, but you could incorporate the 1,000 square foot credit below ground, and you would net a 3,000 square foot usable house. This slide is here just for, I think sometimes the zoning codes can be a little tricky in Rehoboth. So this is just showing what our zoning codes currently allow and what we've seen over the past several months on average sizes of houses and how that relates to if they have a pool or not and if they have a basement or not. If we only keep the 1,000 square foot credit, and I'll read this line for line here, so I'll go over this. On average, properties incorporating a swimming pool on a 5,000 square foot lot build a 1,250 square foot first floor in Rehoboth. On average, properties that do not incorporate a swimming pool on a 5,000 square foot lot build a 1,500 square foot first floor in Rehoboth. If these properties continue to build first floors on the sizes above, a portion of the foundation will be used for the 7 to 8 foot basement walls, while a separate portion uses 4 foot crawl space walls to ensure all exterior walls rest on masonry foundation walls. What is typically used here is a dowel or pinning method. This will be utilized to connect these two spaces. This is done now, and it's done on some occasions. I see it rarely, but it's not usually the first choice. And that's because when they go to dig this basement here, there's a 3 foot over dig. All of the soil around the basement walls within that 3 foot span is loose. And then they have to fill back in the dirt, and you kind of hope that that's tamped down as best as it can, although it's still, in retrospect, loose fill that they've replaced now. And now they have to build the crawl space wall because you'll still want your first floor as big as they've been building them on average. And so they'll put a crawl space. What I kind of see this happening as is 2/3 of the basement will be utilized for the 1,000 square foot credit, and the remaining will now move to crawl spaces to incorporate the equivalent size on the first floor. And this is the one recommended amendment that city staff made for this proposed ordinance today. And this would go in place of the section that we're fully deleting. So we wouldn't have to create any new letters. It would just go in place of 27021B1C. And that states that a maximum of 250 square feet of a basement may be excluded from the gross floor area of a residence structure subject to the following conditions. This would be in addition to the 1,000 square foot that would then net that 1,250 average. The vertical measurement from the basement floor to the bottom of the first floor joist must not exceed 8 feet. This goes in line with what the current code states for the basement, 1,000 square foot basement. The bottom of the first floor joist must not be at a height of more than 3 feet. The measurement shall be taken from center line of road. That again goes in line, matches with the 1,000 square foot basement that we have. And this space remains without floor and or wall finishes and is used solely for electrical, mechanical, plumbing, and gas equipment. The other reason that we have this code in here is this proposed amendment. If you so seek to continue with this proposed amendment, is to allow the water heaters, the furnaces, the panel boxes to be placed outside of the finished space where people will be living. And they can be set away inside in a mechanical utility room and also provide that kind of average 1,250 square feet at least for an equal and continuous foundation wall. So they can pour that, and then they can use this unfinished space for all of the kind of the nuts and bolts of the house down in the basement. The last one is the recommended amendments for all the existing properties. And this language was chosen with a close examination of what our nonconformity section of our zoning code, how that reads. And also, this language was also lifted off of language that was taken with the garage apartments on how the existing buildings now that incorporate these non-habitable basements are to be treated moving forward. And so this reads as the following. Any non-habitable basement existing on, and we would insert the date there, with a ceiling height of less than 6 feet 8 inches. 6 feet 8 inches is defined in the building code as a non-habitable basement. Shall not be included in gross floor area to the extent it is used only for mechanical, plumbing, and electrical equipment, laundry rooms, laundry machines, storage, and the like, which all of these non-habitable basements in Rehoboth should be being used for right now, currently. No additional walls or finished materials, including but not limited to drywall, flooring, trim, doors, electrical upgrades, and plumbing fixtures are added. So that allows you to keep what you have. You just can't add more finished materials to the space. And provided further that the bottom of the first floor joist shall not be at a height of more than 4 feet as measured from a point where the center line of the road, center line of the building intersects with the center line of the street on which the building fronts. That 4 feet is there instead of the 3 feet, as that we already have a section in our zoning code like this, but this was for basements that were built prior to a date of 2007. So this language is lifted off of that as well. And it has 3 qualifiers here. One is a dwelling incorporating a non-habitable basement, which was an existing structure prior to the date that this ordinance may be approved, is a legal non-conforming structure. A dwelling incorporating a non-habitable basement under an active and valid building permit issued by the city prior to such a date shall be permitted as a legal non-conforming structure. And any addition, reconstruction, alteration, repair, or demolition to a dwelling incorporating a non-habitable basement shall be subject to the provisions of Article 6 of this chapter. Article 6 is the nonconformity section of our zoning code, and that usually, it splits nonconforming structures into 2 separate categories. Ones that have a nonconforming use, and ones that are a nonconforming structure but have a conforming use. And you can do more things to a structure if it's nonconforming, but it is to a conforming use, than you can vice versa. So what this allows is similarly with the garage apartments, these dwellings that incorporate these basements, they become non-conforming because you can't build them anymore, but they're a non-conforming structure dedicated to a conforming use. So that way you're still allowed to, I'll read this off here as far as what our current zoning code states on that end. Any legal non-conforming structure devoted to a conforming use may be extended, provided that such extension conforms to the applicable dimensional requirements of the zoning district in which the legal non-conforming structure is located. So what that means is if you have a smaller house, and due to the circumstances of your lot, you're able to put an addition on, you could still do that so long as the construction was done in a conforming way. You would still be allowed to do this to a house that has a non-habitable basement. And that's how the existing houses would be treated under this ordinance. So just to recap, the objective here was to eliminate life safety issues arising from non-habitable basements. These objectives were to create definitions to basement and crawl space wall. We also added definitions for floor and wall finish, to delete all mentions of 6-foot 6-inch basements, to propose a 250 square foot credit to unfinished electrical, mechanical, plumbing, and spaces and utility spaces and basements, and to propose zoning protection and limitations for existing dwellings incorporating non-habitable basements. I know. Thank you very much for listening to all that. I know it was a lot of information, so if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Good job, Corey. I have to admit that every time this comes in front of me, I'm just a little bit blurry-eyed afterwards. I've been a remodeler. I've built a house in the last 3 years, and I have to admit, I do not have a very clear understanding of the totality of this. I understand the objectives, yes. but an understanding of all the nuances of the proposal, no. And I guess what worries me is I think I can work through it and try to understand it better. But what worries me a little bit is our constituency, who I haven't really heard from. You know, do they understand what the current code is? Do they understand what the proposal is? Do they understand what the nuances are? And that's one thing I am interested in. If you recall, we have one piece of correspondence from Stephanie and Robert Smith that's embedded in the agenda that gives their version of their concern about what's going on. And then we got only today where we given another piece of somebody, here it is, by Joshua Benton on Rodney Street that also had concerns that mirror some of my concerns, is that his comment had to do with we should be promoting full-timers here and not promoting renters. And I agree with that. So my question is, as I analyze this, I want to analyze it in terms of, are we hurting the prospects of bringing more and more full-timers into town? So I've got some more homework to do to study this. And I'd like to turn it over to the commissioners, and then we'll go to the public. Anybody?
Mayor, I'll say that I'm in agreement with you. I was opposed to moving in this direction. Obviously, I have 2 unfinished basements. They are filled wall to wall with storage, and I couldn't imagine not having that space. And I think of anyone that retires here and moves here, not having the ability to store stuff in their basement is unimaginable to me. I think my colleagues and it seems like every time we have an issue that arises like this, we're heading into the summertime, we're about to have an election. I think this may very well be a concern for a lot of people going into an election of elected officials, and as this progresses to making an ordinance change, the makeup of this body up here may change, and the views of the people up here might change, and that it always seems to happen that way. That every time we have something that's could go either way, the people up here and the opinions may change in the next 2 months. And I very much want to hear more from the public and residents on this. And the timing I wish was different, I guess.
Anybody else?
Go ahead.
I'd like to go to anybody else before I go to the public.
Just to state your statement about a basement, this is not prohibiting basements. You're still allowed to have a basement. This is prohibiting unlawful conversions of basements and looking at the potential health hazards that we could experience here in Rehoboth. We've been very fortunate that there have been no deaths, there have been no fires in that regard. So your statement of prohibiting a basement is not accurate. This does not prohibit basements. It prohibits unlawful conversions of unlawful Rehoboth basements.
But instead of addressing the issue of code enforcement and converting unlawful abasements, we're eliminating to have them not included in the FAR. So addressing the issue is one thing, and we're taking a step further.
Alex has a comment.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to add, for clarity, that this is an amendment to the zoning code that's being considered, so it would require a public hearing. If there's a desire to move forward on this at a future meeting, you could adopt a resolution setting a public hearing at least 15 days in advance. And I should also just note that, there are a few moving parts here. One of them is that in Chapter 102, the minimum basement height is 6'8". Then there's also references to a 6'6" basement in Chapter 270. So just clarifying what height should be allowed is one piece of the puzzle, but you don't have to consider all of it.
Right. All right, thank you. Anybody else?
Yes, Mayor, I just want to say that thank you. I finally understand it. It was a very clear presentation, so thank you for that. I think the correspondence we got from Joshua Benton today is actually quite insightful. And it's the first piece of correspondence. I think we have heard from some
Quite what?
insightful and helpful,
Okay,
frankly.
okay, thank you.
Because not only did he offer criticism, but he offered a solution. And a solution that, for me, I hadn't thought of, which is if we are intending to stop the use of basements for mega houses, for rental purposes, this gentleman wants a basement for his family. And apparently he's gone through quite a process already to be able to do that and is worried that this is going to stop him from doing that. I doubt it will if he's ready to build, but nonetheless, that's his worry. But he suggests that we simply say, if you do what we don't want you to do, you will not be eligible for a rental or business license. And that, to me, if you coupled that with the requirement that somebody have a form of egress from their basement, would solve the problem. And it seems fair to people who might have generational, sort of investment here that they want to be able to use this and for storage purposes for their families, that we accommodate that. So I really appreciate this correspondence. Whoever you are, Joshua Benton, thank you. 221 Rodney Street. And I would urge us to consider this.
Okay, I'd like to go to the members of the public. If you would have any comments on this topic, we are limiting conversation to 3 minutes, so think ahead what you've got to say. Start off with a name, a relationship to the city, Brian, and
Brian Berry, 212 Norfolk. Obviously, you guys know me. I develop a lot of houses. This matter is pretty much a self-inflicted gunshot wound from building and licensing 6-7 years ago. Prior to this, any house I built in the city, you were not allowed to finish a basement unless it was 7 foot tall and you counted it as far. Why not give Corey his 7 foot for IRC and just take the verbiage out of finishing these non-habitable basements? It's very simple. I've heard from you guys, well, there's an incentive to do something illegal. Well, not everybody's a criminal. You might have a few that do it, but the majority of people are not going to sit there and drag drywall in the middle of the night in their house to finish a basement. It's just not going to happen. But, as I said, prior to Don Molina, you could not put one piece of drywall in an unfinished basement, in a non-habitable basement. But to take the basement away from storage or say it's going to count, it's ludicrous. You don't have anywhere to store bikes, any of the stuff in your home. If you're moving from another home, where are you going to put everything? So now you have to build a 3,500 square foot house rather than 3 because everybody's going to take a basement credit. You're going to need more parking. You're going to have more bedrooms than you ever had.
So, Mayor, can you say again, what is the solution you're suggesting? I think I like it, but
The simple solution, Don, is this. Prior to 7 years ago, Corey?
Yeah.
7 years ago, you were not allowed to finish an uninhabitable basement at all. The only thing we were allowed to do was put a piece of drywall on the wall where you had your laundry equipment. Just take the finishing out of the ordinance or come up with something, I don't know what you would call it, that you cannot finish those unless you're counting them. And get Corey his 7 feet to be IRC compliant. I think his big challenge is you're at 6'6", and that doesn't meet IRC code. 6'8" means IRC code. So then somebody has the option to finish a basement if they want, or not finish it. But to take it all away, that's crazy.
got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And his slideshow of giving 250 square feet, I understand it's appreciative, but then somebody has to opt to do the 1,000 square foot basement credit. Some people, we'll have people who only want to do 600 square foot of basement, and the rest they want to do a crawl space. Irregardless, your density is never going to change because if you do that 1,000 square foot basement credit, then somebody has more room for a patio or a bigger shed or whatever. They're gonna max out what's going on their lot. But the simplest solution is just remove the finishings from an uninhabitable basement, get it to 7 feet, and if somebody wants to finish it, they permit it. If they don't, they don't. If they're gonna use it as a rental and you guys see it, then they're not compliant. I mean, I think one of the biggest challenges with rentals in the city now is there is no enforcement. You get a rental license for $50. It's never inspected again.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Brian. Tom, your name and...
Tom Gaynor, property owner in Rehoboth. I kind of agree with Brian. I think there's an easier way to slice the solution here, but also your central premise was to cure for what, again? A life safety issue?
That's correct. Life safety and unlawful conversions.
And unlawful conversions are done by enforcement, not necessarily by the changes that are applicable here. And that's an easier solution for enforcement, right?
Correct.
Right. And also, so I agree, I ratified you guys to think more in terms of what Brian is thinking. But also, Stan, as a non-full-timer, I kind of resent when people that I vote for and that I fund talk about a particular bias as the type of owner the city prefers. The city has no business articulating whether it prefers full-timers or part-timers or renters or investors. Your only concern is responsible stakeholders that fund this operation. And I hope I never hear again from somebody that's an elected representative that's funded by a variety of different types of stakeholder in Rehoboth, a particular bias for one versus the other. It's not the role of this body.
Anybody else? If not, we'll bring it back to the commissioners here on what step forward. I mean, I'd like to give further thought to Brian's comments to see if something like that could be worked out.
And I just have a comment about, if we all recall, the members of the board of RBHA came to see us, I want to say 18 months ago or thereabouts, with their consensus of concerns that they had on behalf of their membership. And one of the most important was enforcement. And one of the examples was basements. And I would challenge us that, Commissioner Czerniawski talks about the turnover that this board will experience. Well, that can happen every single year. But in the last 18 months, I don't see any great advancement on enforcement. Maybe I'm missing it, maybe I'm wrong, but if what we're trying to solve is really best solved by enforcement, I don't see that we have a record or any evidence that we're able to solve this through enforcement.
That's a good point. We have yet to address enforcement, and I think we need that conversation first to see, is it doable? Because there are a lot of challenges, that in doing enforcement.
I mean, it appears we are unable to do it.
But we haven't had that conversation yet.
We've had this conversation till I'm blue in the face, Mayor. But there is an appearance that we can't do it. Am I the only one that thinks there's an appearance? Gentlemen, please
I agree with you.
speak to me.
I agree with what you're saying.
I just want to speak up here. I have noticed a difference in enforcement, and it's this. And it may be superficial, but I can tell you that I actually see the enforcement officers out and about. They're in our neighborhood, and I've seen them in other neighborhoods. I had not seen that before. So I see Scott in his car, moving around town. So yeah, there is this palpable difference for me in what I see today versus what I saw a year ago.
Well, I grant you, we have hired a new individual, and that's relatively recent. So there's not only just Scott.
Right.
We have a
That-
second
that's right.
enforcement.
So I just wanted
Amanda.
to, I just wanted
Amanda,
to
thank
be,
you.
I just wanted to be, I didn't want us to say, I don't believe that we're not using the assets that we have. I believe we are. And I think it takes some time to see statistically that those assets are working. Have we given it that time? I don't know. But I don't want to be on record as supporting the idea that enforcement is not working at all. I don't believe that to be the case.
But I also don't think that there's a solution to a problem that, in my mind, still has not been identified. Anecdotally, people have said that people convert basements illegally. Have we seen statistics? Have we been, I haven't seen anything that has clearly identified that it's an actual problem. And people keep talking about rental houses. We can very easily, every rental house is online. You can see photos, you can see the descriptions. I've not seen any evidence presented to us that this is a widespread problem.
Didn't you have data?
That was presented in the October, I think it was October 10th, 2023 workshop. Now, that one, to be fair, was only after a very brief open source search online. And we identified properties that were renting for basements that were used as bedrooms, as well as sales for houses. I'm not sure, we haven't really discussed that on the sales of houses, but they were listed as having full basements with bedrooms, incorporating them for the sale, private sale of those as well.
So I hate to ask this question, but so based on the information that you did present to us in October, not about the sales, let's put that aside, but on the rentals, what enforcement actions were taken?
For those ones, as of now, none.
Okay.
And one of the challenges, if I remember, the one time that we have incurred this, is that you have to give the homeowner 24 hours notice before you can enter the property, at which time that homeowner basically walled up the entrance to the illegal bedrooms. So I'm just questioning
Commissioner,
the fact.
I fail to believe that happened in every instance.
I'm just quoting what exactly.
And if we're talking about an instance.
The instance is not this specific instance. The question that comes before that, you have to give 24 hours notice.
I understand.
Which at times is a challenge for individuals to make changes within that residency.
Yeah, I understand completely what you're saying, and I'm not arguing with you necessarily. What I am saying is we shouldn't use an instance as a reason for making a sweeping change like we are, when there are suggestions on ways to deal with this that seem fairly simplistic. Now, maybe that's an underestimation on my part. But this letter that we got from Joshua Benton, to me, is compelling.
I think there's a lot of confusion in the word illegal conversions. Anything everybody's doing right now is perfectly legal. You are allowed to finish an uninhabitable space in the city of Rehoboth. People aren't dragging in there as an illegal conversion and converting these bedrooms. Corey's looking at them, they're labeling them as everything but a bedroom, and then he's signing off on them. I mean, they're not illegal. Nobody's doing an illegal act. Putting a bed in that room that you clarified as your wine room, if that's illegal, that's fine, but it's not an illegal conversion. I think that word it's not the word to use. And that's why I said, just if you allow him to get his IRC code to 7 feet and not allow any finishings in the basement unless it's permitted, that solves your problem, period. Rather than take all this storage away from people who want to use it. And, I'm with Sam. I mean, a lot of my clients I've seen in the last 4 years more clients that have made full-time residencies here than I have ever seen. And a lot of that has to do with just having space to do things. So,
Anybody else? Again, we'll bring it back up here to discuss the next steps forward. I've articulated my desire. Don, I think you'd.
I agree with Brian, Commissioner Preston, and Mr. Joshua Benton. I think very compelling arguments that we're looking at this the wrong way, and there could be very simplistic fixes to the problems that have been identified.
Anybody else?
I think we need to examine, I mean, if we're going to go through this process, I think in part with that is we have to get realistic and about some kind of inspection. And I mean, I'm looking at this strictly as a potential health and safety issue, first and foremost. That has been my interest and concern in this, and I felt as though in this broad discussion we would come away with dealing with that, And now I'm not certain of that, but I think if we're going to actually attempt to solve that problem, and even though it may not appear to be a problem, but I'm concerned that. Okay, I've never heard of it, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I just feel like we're not dealing with reliable information on the topic, in terms of what would it take for us to have some kind of annual or every 2-year, some kind of an inspection program, and whether it would focus on strictly. Something that's required in order to renew your rental license or whatever, or some other kind of annual inspection. Because I'm just saying, even if you say you're not going to rent the thing, that doesn't mean you're going to have, create a situation that you may not believe or find could be a safety concern, may very well be a safety concern. I don't know. I'm just saying that you could. The argument you're saying, we're a family and we were a big family and we weren't going to have a bunch of grandkids and their friends over and all this other kind of stuff. So you stuff with these kids in the basement, and then for some god-awful, terrible, tragic reason, something terrible happens. I mean that's possible. What's the likelihood of that? I don't want to be fear-mongering or anything, but it's just like I have learned over time that if you allow something to happen, it will ultimately happen. I don't know how often it will happen, but it'll happen. So I'm just trying to be realistic about this, or attempting to be realistic about this. So
Bunky, I want to be very clear about what I said.
Okay.
Joshua Benton's note suggests a basement for other purposes than rental for people. Mm-hmm. And what I'm saying is, if he doesn't want a rental license, so let's take it at face value that what the guy is saying is true, which I do.
Sure.
He's going to use it for storage. I said, why not also require that they have a form of egress so that you do address the safety issue.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That's it. That's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
But isn't the issue you wanted to better define basements and define crawl space? Would that have helped with enforcement, or does that help?
That's correct.
So we haven't defined what a basement is correctly. Is that where you're?
We do have a definition of it in our zoning code, but it's vague, and the current definition we kind of have is in conflict with the international building codes.
And we don't have we don't have a definition for crawl space.
No, but we would pull that from the building code. But the definition of a crawl space in the building code is simply an underfloor space that's not a basement. And if it's not a basement that meets that definition, then you don't have to put in the emergency escape and rescue opening. You could build a very enlarged crawl space, and there would be nothing in code that would force you to put in one, not currently.
So is that where the issue of enforcement starts then?
Part of that. The other part I see is interior partitions in these spaces. And I force them, and I have been since I've been here, to put in an emergency escape and a window well or a Bilco door of some kind, and it's one per basement. But there are some that, and there's no codes that cite that I can't enforce it, so I have to allow it. You walk down in these spaces, and there's 7 different rooms. There's one way to get out, but there's nowhere if you're in those other rooms. If something were to happen and someone were to be sleeping in those rooms and they can't get out through that door, there's nowhere for them to go. And there's nothing in code that really prevents that right now. But that's what we do see. Sometimes the basements are fully open with no walls, which is I love seeing those. But there are ones that come in with multiple compartments listed as storage space and such. And there's no codes that I can use to prevent them from doing that. And they do have the emergency window well, and that's for one area, but it's not for any other areas.
Thank you. Tom?
Tom Gaynor, property owner in Rehoboth. So first and foremost, it's not really the role to legislate for hypothetical horribles, right? I mean, there's always hypothetical horribles on anything. Secondly, don't you have a pretty simple certification system in place for swimming pools?
For swimming pools?
Yeah.
Yes.
You do. So that's a easily adoptable certification system for, I don't have a habitable basement that I'm renting out as a bedroom, right? So anybody who wants a rental license has to sign a certificate every year about their condition of their swimming pool, right?
Correct.
And it's pretty easy to do addendum number 1, by the way, I don't have a rentable basement, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you've got a simple enforcement mechanism. You don't have the capability or the bodies to do an inspection regime, and that's not going to fly. So I would get off that avenue pretty quickly. The simple thing is keep it simple, keep it doable, keep it enforceable, and the criminal liability for somebody who's stupid enough to jam 7 people in a basement is not 1 iota on the city's part, right? City has 0 insurance liability for anybody who dies in a basement in Rehoboth. That is the owner's problem, and so the interest of the state, the interest of you guys, is to keep an enforceable code that's coherent, that's transparent, and relatively easily enforceable. Please consult with Brian and figure out an easy enforcement mechanism that's doable. Otherwise, it's not going to be compliant. You're just going to have people evading compliance. And an inspection regime, it's going to be so costly, it's not even funny, in addition to all the constitutional issues of having to get into somebody's property. You've already got easy steps in place. Adopt them, expand them, and it's easy compliance.
Thank you, Tom. Anybody else? Well, I'd like to see us go this new direction. We've got not quite a majority that agree. Bunky, maybe you're the tiebreaker. Is it clear enough to you, Taylor and Corey, that consensus up here is to pursue another avenue?
Yeah, I think we could bring this back in this new direction and see what you think of it.
All right.
If I could offer, if we go that route, just a kind of a very brief overview of what we would recommend if we were to go that route. We first have to make sure if we're going to call them a basement, they have to be in line with the building code. That puts it at 6 foot 8 inch minimum. It's only 2 inches. I've said this before. It doesn't seem like much, but now it's going to count as floor area ratio. So the first thing we would have to do is draft a provision that increases that ceiling height if we want to keep them used as storage space and not included in floor area ratio from 6.6 to, I proposed in March of this year, 6.9. And that allowed for 1 inch for fire protection of floors for drywall ceilings. What we would also most likely propose is no bathrooms to be placed down there, or powder rooms or toilets, and obviously no finish and most likely no wall partitions, so that we would have, like I mentioned a few minutes ago, a basement that has 4, 5, 6 different rooms in it. It would be simply an unfinished space. It would meet the building code ceiling heights. We would have to draft something that would allow that extended ceiling height to not be included in floor area ratio, so that it would stay status quo, but it would be in line with the adopted building codes. It would be one open space that would meet the egress requirement, and it could be used as storage space. And if we went in that direction, that is most likely what would be presented at the future meeting.
I'm close to there. I would say in terms of finish, with certain exceptions, that the laundry area surround, by example, the stairwell, I don't see why it couldn't have it. And I'm still amenable to a wine room and maybe a couple other things, but otherwise, I think that is workable. And we could advance that quicker than some of the other ideas.
I had driven around the city. I apologize for not bringing the pictures here, but I took some pictures recently of a house that was having drywall delivered to it. And these drywall panels are 4 feet by 8 feet. One panel alone is heavy. To try to lift 2 of them is almost undoable. You have to have a crane. The truck has to have 2 reinforcement legs that reach out on it, and it has to go into the house. And on any given one of these basements, it takes a minimum of 100 of these panels to do. It's a very large undertaking to get that, and to try to fit that through a finished house in a small doorway, an expensive doorway that was just finished, then down a small flight of stairs would be a tremendous undertaking to do if you were to try to finish it after the fact. Next meeting, if I can bring those pictures so you can kind of see what it looks like to even get drywall into a house, let alone down a flight of stairs in a basement of an already finished house. It's very difficult without the house being open.
So you got some direction. Very good. Corey, thank you very much. You put a lot of effort in this, and we'll get there.
So, Mayor, could you just recap exactly what is the tangible next step?
City Manager Evan and Corey or Mary Ellen are going to work with him to try to say realize Brian's concept that Don, Ed, and myself are in agreement, maybe Bunky are in agreement to examining. Is that enough?
Well, I mean, is there a timeline on it? I didn't hear it or I didn't listen.
I would have to ask the city manager online, because we would not do it at the next regular meeting. So the soonest we could do it would be the July workshop.
Yeah, I was thinking
is
the
that
July
enough- but is
workshop,
that enough
and
time
it does seem like that would be enough time.
Okay. So
Thank you.
That'd be a target then. All right. Jay, last word.
Mayor, while he's coming up, Corey, I just want to reiterate, thank you, because I literally now understand exactly what you're after, and I do like Brian's suggestion. It sounds like it accomplishes a lot of what you're trying to accomplish in a very simple way. So thank you again.
Jay LeGree, Prospect Street, Rehoboth Beach. Commissioner Gossett made a really great point, and Corey just solved it. Once you say no toilets or showers and no compartments, you make a 24-hour cleanup really difficult. So that can be enforced.
Thank you, Jay. With that, we're going to go to the next item of business. Thank you, Corey. That is the second item of old business is review and discuss city's draft schedule of fees. Evan, you have control of.
Yes. Okay, good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, and members of the public. The purpose of this topic is to review the fees established in the city code and discuss the draft of the city's schedule of fees. The schedule of fees was first introduced April 8th at the workshop meeting. That was where we introduced the schedule that was prepared by the code company that manages our e-code online. We had them pull all of the existing fees that are currently listed in the city code, pull them out of the code and put them in a schedule. That's attached to the agenda item report under the attachment support documents, which I've provided here on the screen. So the draft schedule of fees, again, has a code section reference. It also has a subject for that particular fee, and then the fee amount. I'll make this a little bit larger so members of the public can see. So again, this schedule of fee was introduced in April. Since April, the city staff has worked on reviewing the schedule of fees to prepare a current draft of the schedule with some proposed changes for this meeting. This is a draft schedule. This is for your consideration, your input, certainly for members of the public to have some input on some of these fees. And so I just want to recap a couple things. My intent today was to focus on the mercantile license fees. That's Article 4 of the license tax schedule in the city code, which is Chapter 120. And the mercantile licenses run from Section 17A through Section 23B. And that's on schedule or page 5 of the attachment, and I'll scroll there now. One thing I also want to mention is part of the intent of wanting to focus on the mercantile licenses today was because you'll all recall that as part of adopting the fiscal year 25 annual budget, the city included revenue from a proposed increase of roughly 20% in the business license fees. So I thought it was important that we start the discussion on the mercantile licenses and those proposed increases to the mercantile license fees today, and certainly continue the discussion for meetings to come. Finally, I just want to make a couple points. So that was during the budget meetings that we held. I think it was Commissioner Szymanski who initially brought this idea up. And so during his presentation to the commissioners at the budget meeting, he had a few recommendations which we've included in the schedule of fees, again, for your consideration. And I'll recap those briefly. So contractor, entertainment, and professional services currently are listed in the code as having a mercantile license fee of $325. The proposal was to increase those to $400. There's also, and that's scattered throughout, again, it's contractor, entertainment, professional services license fees. Banking and ATM, that is section 120.18B. So bank, finance company, or building and loan association or trust company was listed at $525. The proposal was to go to $645. Real estate agents, that's 120.19O. That is a person employed by a real estate broker as a real estate salesperson. A rental agent currently listed in the code is $110, and the proposal was to go up to $400. Grass cutting and pet services, there were a couple in there, 120.19W and 120.19U. Again, pet walking services and grass cutting currently in the code at $95. The proposal was to go up to $120. And then finally, the rental and pool licenses, that was also included in here. That's 206.7A and 206.7B, private pool license and rental pool license, currently in the code at $50. And the proposal was to increase those to $100. With that, I just want to turn it over to Mary Ellen Gray, the Community and Development Director. Mary Ellen had, I think, 4 or 5 meetings with the Building and Licensing Department over these couple months to review the current schedule of fees and then to provide some recommendations. So again, throughout the recommendations that we've included for the mercantile licenses, it's kind of been a blended approach. One was to take a look at the license fees, propose the increase by 20%, which was what was discussed at the budget meeting. We also incorporated some of the recommendations from Commissioner Szymanski, and then there were a couple other changes that were made just to be more competitive or consistent with some other municipalities and what they charge. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mary Ellen.
Sure, thank you, Evan. So as Evan indicated, we met over a period of about 4 weeks, and we reviewed all of the codes under our purview, which included building construction, businesses, condominiums, dance halls and dance clubs, very popular code provision, massage businesses, pools, subdivision of lands and site review, tattoo and body piercing establishments, in the tree code. We reviewed each of the fees, and we paid particular attention to when the code section was last revised. If it was recently revised or it was under revision, such as the fees articulated in Chapter 236, subdivision of land and site plan review, and Chapter 253, the tree code, we didn't make any recommended changes. For fees that had not been updated for 5 or more years, we recommended, such as for the business licenses, we recommended that the fees be raised by the average of the Consumer Price Index for the past 5 years. And for fees that had not been updated for longer than 5 years, we recommended an incremental increase, such as, for example, for fees that were on average of $500, we recommended an incremental increase to $750. Regarding the fee to review and process residential permits, we recommended the percentage of the construction cost be raised from 2% to 3%, and for 3% to 4% for commercial permits, given the additional time and resources that has typically been required on permit review. For the business licenses, in addition to raising them incrementally per the CPI, we also recommended to revise other fees such as tattoo and massage businesses to be charged the same as similar businesses. The rental licenses, as Evan indicated, we recommended that these fees be raised to be more in line with what other jurisdictions charge, such as Dover and Newark, to better reflect the additional time and resources given to rental permits.
And if I could, I just want to make one final comment. So what I have on the screen is another Section 12019V. We did not propose any changes to these fees only because the existing fees, again, for services like conjuration, dealing with spirits, divining, were just so much greater than existing license fees that we didn't find it appropriate to increase those. And so that's all I wanted to offer. So we can take any questions or comments you might have at this time.
Evan, I would just like to make one comment. And for example, real estate, I think real estate professionals, that fee went up quite a bit based on my suggestion. And it wasn't that we were picking on them, but their current fee wasn't even covering the value of a transferable parking permit that all of those licenses currently get mailed. So
yes.
We were ensuring that the license fees at least cover the value of that parking permit.
That's correct. Thank you. Yeah, so it is true that mercantile licenses, anybody that has a mercantile license in the city, they're eligible for a free transferable parking permit. You'll recall that we recently increased the parking permit costs, and so a seasonal transferable permit right now is $325. I think that was part of the recommendation to go to $400.
Evan, so for each of these proposed changes would require an ordinance to create the fee schedule,
right,
but also to edit or amend the original code that it appears in, correct?
Yeah, so thank you for bringing that up, Mayor, because that was actually something I believe Commissioner Gossett has brought up before, and that is, right now we don't have a schedule of fees. This is a draft schedule of fees, but the way that the code is currently laid out is it's just a bunch of text that references the specific license, and then the fee is included within that text. So I have received a quote from the code company to go through and actually propose an ordinance which would remove all of the fees from the city code and put it in an adopted fee schedule. That would save certainly a lot of time and effort moving forward for years to come as we review these fees annually. We've had a lot of discussion, Commissioner Sharp, for example, bringing up long-term revenue plans. So we have a 5-year CIP that's capital expenses, but what are we going to do for long-term revenue projections to make sure that we're again, accounting for these expenses and looking more holistically and longer term. So that is a proposal that I've received from the code company, so we could certainly go that route where we actually pull out every reference to a fee and we adopt a fee schedule which would look very similar to this in the city code.
Well, without doing that, it defeats the purpose of a schedule of fees. Right. So for efficiency, we want to do that. So that's, I'm in agreement with. Mary Ellen mentioned the cost of living index as a formula for increasing these, and I think that's legitimate. My biggest concern.
Why the CPI? Just curious.
Just if that's what they picked, I'm fine with some kind of formula.
I'm just curious why.
Sure. I've done that in other jurisdictions.
Why?
Because the cost of living impacts the cost of services to be provided, and
the CPI generally related to cost of services or cost of goods? I don't know. I'm asking.
Sure, that's a very good question. So that's the cost of living. So that that's across the spectrum. So that impacts the cost of providing services. So your cost of fuel, cost of providing salaries, and the cost of the resources needed to provide the services.
Which brings me, Mayor, to a different point. In the very thoughtful agenda item report, there's a reference in the background to, as rationale for this, and by the way, I'm not at all suggesting that I don't support changes in fees where they need to be changed. But it says to adequately cover the costs incurred by the city in providing these services. Mm-hmm. Do we know the costs to the city for providing these services, or are we guessing?
Good question. I do not have a metric on how these costs were originally articulated, so we don't have a good.
So I think it really depends in the context of what fee we're talking about. So we recently went through this exercise. I say recently, I think it was probably a year ago, with the permit of compliance.
Yes.
So the permit of compliance at one time was $1,000, and so we looked at what does it cost the city to actually prepare for the public hearing, to advertise the public hearing, to perform the building inspector report, present it to the commissioners, and complete the certificate of compliance. And that's when we looked at all the fees associated with that and came up with the recommendation of $1,250, which it is now. So the way that I prepared the agenda item report was more tailored to the entire schedule of fees, not the business licenses in particular, but I think it really just depends on what fee we're talking about. I think a process such as the permit of compliance is a lot more labor intensive, so to speak, than issuing a business license. So
in this brief pause, since you brought it up, my thought goes to, okay, I agreed with your formula for these up here, but having said that, why wouldn't every category there fall under the cost of living increase?
So I think Evan indicated the 120-19V, that cost is pretty high already. And I'm not sure why that was set so high. Because that, the way I'm looking at it, when we were trying to look at what services are rent, the businesses and how we would regulate them, that would be, we would not be regulating that any more than, let's say, a massage business or another type of business similar to that. I'm not sure why that was established at such a high rate.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out. Dog walking business went up from 95, I think, to 120. Okay, but look, there's probably 80% of those categories that didn't go up at all.
Well, I was just looking at, okay.
In my memory, I thought we were looking at this in reference to there's fees, there's permits, and we haven't met a fee we didn't like in this town. And our concern, or my concern was with some of us, is when is it somebody's job to review a plan or to review something, and why are we charging a fee for it? In other words, a tree plan. I think it's absurd that we charge $100 to look at a tree plan. It should be part of somebody's job, and that's kind of littered throughout this schedule. I don't know if it's a fee, I don't know if it's a permit. And I thought that was where we were looking at this, is to see where some things were out of balance. I mean, even the farmer's market, for the 10 or 15 days that somebody's there, we're charging $500 for a permit, but I could have a business all year for $400, 365 days. So to me, these things just seem out of balance. And I thought we were looking at, when is it a fee, when is it a permit, when is it part of somebody's job or their role in their position? Does anyone else agree with me on that? Or
I don't recall that. So I looked at it as a two-part one. One is to create the fee schedules so that we don't have to go back and look at each individual thing.
Right, but Mayor, we were doing that. If you remember that we were talking about steps on somebody's property, and there was a fee, whether it was $35 or $15 or something for somebody who put steps in. And that's where this all kind of came from, is what is realistic? Why am I charging somebody $15 to fix a step?
Yeah, I don't remember that.
No, well, okay.
And I would like to add, the whole thing evolved into, we needed to have a holistic view of all of our fees, all of our permits, anything that we charged for, and that really evolved into my constant reference to a 5-year revenue generating plan. So all of this is kind of tied together, and one of the first steps back in April was to try to start to attack the fees. Right. That's how, I mean, there's a much bigger end game here, and we're struggling a little bit with step one.
We may be.
And that's okay.
Well, it maybe just is what it is. But I think that the thing that strikes me about this is that there is a bit of maybe randomness applied here that doesn't feel right to me. And
arbitrary.
It is arbitrary, and I'm not sure I understand the arbitrariness. I tried to look and see if there was some formula that was applied consistently, and there isn't. And so for me, I need more before I can sort of move ahead on this. At least in my mind, I can't support these changes without a bit more rationale as to why they were changed, and what does it really cost us, and do we really even need the fee? Is it really required? Or some fees, should they be twice what they are? Should they be 3 times what they are? I don't know the answer to these questions, and I'd like to.
If I may, what I'm hearing is more of an endeavor of a fee study, which is that's what I'm hearing is a fee study would be more of an in-depth review of our fees, what we're charging, why, and a comparative analysis of what other jurisdictions are charging and how they're doing it, and a deeper dive, what Evan had indicated with, for example, the permit of compliance, what they did with the permit of compliance process. That's what I'm hearing from the commissioners is
I don't
a
think
deeper
we need a fee.
dive.
I don't think we need a fee study. I pulled up Lewis's fees
Right.
to compare them. It took me 5 minutes.
Well,
So
no, sir. Not so much. The comparison is part of that, but an articulation of the hours spent, of how we spend our time and what we do. And I believe Commissioner Banner, you had said, why do we charge this fee? Fees are usually charged as a way not to pay for what we do, but to offset some of our costs, because not everyone is getting a tree permit. So
And I would argue
Right.
back, because I don't know what
Sure.
the cost would be, is
Of
why
course.
am I being charged $100 for
course.
the arborist to look at my tree plan that I
Understood.
paid for?
Understood.
That was my
And
only
by the way,
question.
that you're required to get an arborist of your own to look
Right.
at.
So that's why I just think some of these things, whether they're just, I'll go back to the word arbitrary. They just, and some of them to me just seem either too old or maybe not relevant right now.
If we are able to articulate some sort of justification for these fee changes, that would be very helpful from a constitutional perspective. Also, if you're able to find any information about 120-19V, if you don't mind sharing that with me, I'm just interested in why certain professions have a higher fee. Perhaps there's some
Sure.
licensing requirement, but I just want to make sure we're treating everyone fairly.
Sure.
I would also ask, it's specifically focusing on the mercantile license, the 120 section. Which of these include a parking permit? As was stated, it's $325. You can get a pet walking permit was $15, now it's gone up, but you get a $325 seasonal permit for that. Makes no sense.
I think we discussed that at and the pet walking permit is the only one that does not receive
Well,
one?
for
Is that
whatever,
correct?
just whichever of these has a seasonal transferable permit that is issued as part of the license. Also, many of these, I think the exercise here is to look at some of these charges or fees. Automobile agency, a bus terminal, a skating rink, a person engaged in rendering professional services with offices in the city, a pool table in any establishment, an automatic slot machine, service machine, washer, dryer. I think what has occurred is over the years, these have popped up and populated, and we've never gone back to look at them. It's like a garden that needs weeding. I don't truly understand why it couldn't be just a general mercantile license of X, and you can have anything that falls into this. If it's a regulatory issue from the state or feds, then that may have a different meaning or a different issue of a license for those specific professional licenses or something of that nature. But, to charge a pool table in any establishment or an amusement machine or similar device which is kept, maintained, and exhibited for the use at amusement of the public, $78 per machine. How much does it cost us to go out and count the machines, or if they move machines? It just does not make sense to me.
I think some of these, palm reading 1,500. I think some of these were put in place to discourage.
I don't disagree with you totally.
To
but
discourage them.
That's why if we're
crystal ball
taking,
Right.
we need one. If we're taking the energy to do this, I think first off is to follow the recommendation of our assistant city manager to move these into out of the code and into a fee schedule so that we can look at them on an annual basis. This was my concept from several years ago, so that these are consolidated in one area and we can make those decisions and talk of regards of the cost involved. If you take a staff member, just generally, if it's $75,000 a year staff member, that's $36 an hour that we pay that individual. How much of that time is going out counting amusement machines? Or there's one in here to charge $12 per event. Exhibitors in the convention hall event who do not hold a valid Rehoboth mercantile license. So you have to take the time to find if they have a license, and then they have to. We don't do that. So why is it even in the code? I mean, this is the time to do some house cleaning here. So I appreciate pulling this all together, but I think it's a deeper dive and maybe a very small or a large consolidation of these and the cleaning up of the code. That my focus on going forward on it.
Are you all right going to the public?
Yes.
Tom Gaynor, property owner in Rehoboth. Ed, do me a favor. Phrenology, like that was my retirement plan after my legal career, so I hope that fee comes down from 1,500. The lead that I think was kind of buried in this discussion was that the residential construction went from 2 points to 3 points. On what basis? That's a 50% increase on an inflationary cost already for construction. And the embarrassing lack of data on these presentations with regard to what we're raising and what we project we're going to raise, I think fits into the discussion that you guys have all had about what's the basis for the data, what's the role of the data relative to the cost of the service, particularly with regard to residential construction that you're now looking to increase for residents on top of tax increases, on top of other fee increases and everything else. I'd be very interested to know what we're getting for that dollar on the 2% and what we expect to get on the 3%. And I'm sure a lot of other people would be interested in what that increase is going to be expected to generate also. So please add more data, because data is the basis upon which you make decisions. That's incomplete data, grossly. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Anybody else from the public? Back to the commissioners. So what's the next step?
We'll get back together and then certainly prepare some more information. Again, as I started off the presentation, I tried to make it clear that this is just the first of many conversations as it relates to the fee schedule. This was our attempt at addressing the decisions that were made when we adopted the budget to increase the business license fees 20%, also to recoup the cost of the building or the parking permit that is given free to all these business owners. So certainly we can go back and look at the fees and take a different approach, and that approach is what does it cost us to issue these types of licenses, issue these types of permits, and reassess. So we can certainly do that.
And Mayor, if I may, a few things that we could look at and present data to you in relation to comps in cities in the area of different fees that they charge. And then I heard the comment about staff time. Why would we, charge for staff time? Some of the permits are permits that many people may not use. So, should your property taxes be going towards something that someone's getting as a special permit that maybe other people aren't using? So that would be something that offsets the staff time so that everyone's not paying for something special that someone's getting a permit for. So we could calculate out what the staff time is on some of those so that we can show you better detail on that. But Evan and I will look at this and try to move forward so we can bring it back with more data for you.
All right. I think it's a great start just to see it in that format. Very good. With that, we'll close this. Thank you, Evan. With that, our next bit of business is old business. C, review and discuss the city's fund balance and net position policy. There is a support document attached, and Evan, I'll let you reintroduce this topic.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. The city's fund balance and net position policy was first introduced March 4th, 2024 during the Commissioner's Special Budget Workshop meeting. Since then, we have worked to update the policy based on the approved FY25 expenditures that are included within the budget. So I just wanted to run through briefly the updated fund balance and net position policy. I'll talk a little bit about this later under the property tax presentation, but the city essentially has two major funds. We have a general fund and we have enterprise funds. Anytime we talk about fund balance, we're talking general fund. Anytime we talk about net position, we're talking enterprise funds. So the whole goal of this policy was to make sure that we had a financial base that was sufficient to sustain the services and social well-being, physical conditions of the city. More importantly, we want to be able to withstand the impact of local economic or environmental related hardship. A lot of discussion that we've had lately is about some of the natural disaster concerns. We hear it, with some of the projects that are before the Planning Commission, and certainly some of the things that we've experienced recently. Well, maybe not recently, but a lot of discussion that I've heard internally is about the storm in 1962 and the devastation that it had on the city when the entire boardwalk was destroyed and had to be rebuilt. So wanting to plan for natural disasters such as that, but also because of the volatility in some of the city's revenue sources as a result of the economy, we want to make sure that we are able to withstand the impact of, again, the economic or environmental hardship, but also maintain the creditworthiness that will enable the city to obtain liquidity necessary to address its critical financial distress. So I've addressed 3 of the bullet points that we talk about in the fund balance and net position policy and what the whole goal is. With the fund balance, again, anytime we talk about fund balance, we're talking about the general fund. General fund is essentially any service provided that is not water or wastewater. So that's police service, street service, building and licensing, building and grounds, comfort stations, mayor and commissioners, assistance for the planning commission, board of adjustment. So when we talk about the general fund, I have incorporated the operating expenditures that were approved as part of the FY25 budget. That's $18.9 million. So the fund balance policy is really geared towards how much money does the city have in its fund balance, or some people like to refer to it as the savings account, that the city needs to have in the event of emergency. So the way that we've arrived at trying to identify what the unassigned fund balance minimum needs to be is that we believe that the general fund should have 60% of the approved operating budget saved. So that is roughly, 60% is roughly 6 months of seasonal operating expenses. So when looking at operating expenses, we know that during the summer season, 6 months, not just any 6 months, but we want to look at the summer season because costs go up. We have seasonal labor. We bring on additional folks, but also have additional resources at our disposal because of the busy summer season. So 6 months of seasonal operating expenses is roughly 60% of the approved FY25 operating budget. We also think it's important to fund 100% of the debt service costs. So any debt service tied back to the general fund, it's important that obviously we pay any debt that we're owed every single year, or that we owe every single year. And then capital improvement projects, so 100% of the capital budget financed with current year revenue. And then finally, we want to make sure that we have enough in the fund balance to account for the natural disaster. So I brought up the storm in 1962. Again, at that time, the entire boardwalk had to be rebuilt. So, planning for some of these natural disasters, what could happen if we see another storm like that, worst case scenario. So with all of these factors into consideration, we've arrived at an unassigned fund balance minimum of $22.2 million. And again, that is based on the approved 25 budget. And the chart that we've included is really just an example to help explain the policy, explain the rationale using current figures. If we look then at the amounts that are committed, assigned, or restricted, there are none. So the total unassigned fund balance that we have right now in the city's savings account, so to speak, for the general fund is $20.9 million. If we were to follow the policy and the framework that we've established, and that is 60% of the operating expenses, 100% of debt service, 100% of capital projects, and natural disaster funding in the amount of $4 million, we are underfunded in the general fund by $1.2 million. You did hear before the city manager acknowledge that we are anticipating a surplus from last fiscal year of roughly $1 million, but the statements have not yet been audited. So if we do see a surplus of $1 million, again, that'll just be underfunded by $267,000. So that explains a little bit about the general fund. I can stop here and answer any questions, or I can go into the net position and what our recommendation is for net position.
Commissioners, anything so far?
I have
Commissioner
one.
Sharp?
I have one question on the 60%.
Sure.
And I want to ask first, why is it 60%? And I wanted to ask Taylor, our new city manager, what was your experience of what that percent might have been in other communities?
If you want, I can answer the first question
Sure.
before I turn it over to the city manager. So 6 months of seasonal operating expenses, what we wanted to do was try and think worst case scenario. And in our minds, worst case scenario is summer season's here, but nobody's coming to the beach. Nobody's paying the parking meters, nobody's visiting the boardwalk. And that could be a result of natural disaster, or that could be a result of just the economy. We saw a little bit of that, obviously, during COVID, where we saw a lot of visitorship decline. More people were trying to stay as close to home as possible or stay home. So when we tried to think of, again, what could be the worst case scenario, that is 6 months of the summer season with nobody coming here. And we're still going to have expenses. Obviously, we can adjust expenses similar to what we did with COVID, where we held off on some of the capital projects. We held off on hiring as many folks. But again, we wanted to plan for worst case scenario being a summer season that is not a busy summer season.
So in regard to your question to me, so with Rehoboth Beach having such a seasonal operating budget with those 6 months, I do believe it should be higher than what other cities do. But again, this is a suggestion within this framework. So the Government Finance Officers Association recommends 16.67% as a minimum fund balance.
Wait, say that again.
16.67%.
16.
Right, which is very low. And then the city I most recently came from, we held 20%. But again, it wasn't as seasonal as our budget here. So I do believe it should be more. And this is what's being presented to you today.
Yeah, I don't disagree that it should be more, but it's interesting to hear some of that background. And to me, what comes up is, well, is it more reasonable and more probable for us to have a 50% or a 45%, So that's what I was really trying to grapple with.
Yeah, and I think that's really the intent of the discussion today around the fund balance policy, is to figure out, hear from the commissioners, hear from the public in terms of how much risk is the city willing to take with the fund balance policy. Another approach that we could take is, we've right now set aside $4 million in natural disaster funding. We may say that $4 million is way too much, or we may say that it's not enough. So I think, again, really this is just a framework that we've laid out, and it's for discussion on these individual pieces in terms of how much risk do we want to take. I also brought up the capital budget. So again, with COVID, what we did was we waited to get through most of the summer season to see what the revenue looked like before we actually proceeded with some of the budgeted and planned capital projects. We wanted to make sure that we didn't commit ourselves to everything in the capital budget only to see that the revenue that we projected wasn't realized at the end of the summer season. So, I think here we have a plan of funding 100% of the CIP. One of the things that we could look at is adjusting that percentage. But the challenge that we had in our mind is every single year, I think the priorities within the CIP or the capital budget may change. So I think what we do is we have a really thoughtful approach to our 5-year CIP. I remember when I first got here, the CIP was a lot of wish list items. And I've seen the city get away from more of the wish list items and more towards the needs. But I think what's difficult is trying to just apply a percentage to the capital budget, because some year we may say that half of the capital projects can be deferred. Other years we may say that maybe 10% of the capital projects need to be deferred. So I think, that's a point that we could also discuss and try and figure out, what we are comfortable with from a CIP perspective. But natural disaster, again, I think, though, looking at debt service, I think that's absolute, is paying the 100% of the debt service costs. But certainly taking a look at operating, CIP, and natural disasters, all things that we can consider as part of developing this policy.
And a couple other things that I would add, just to keep in your mind. So this is a minimum, not a maximum, and it would be something to work towards. It's not something that would have to be fully funded right away. So it would be something that we would continue to build over time.
Evan, if I could just go back to the 60%, I want to be clear because I think it might have been confusing. You looked at what it costs to operate the city the 6 busiest months of the year and backed into that 60%.
Correct.
You didn't come up with the 60% first.
Correct.
No, I get that. If you think I'm stupid, I'm not. I get it.
never said that.
Well, you imply it.
I wanted to make sure that I fully understood.
Yeah, and with, funding 60% of operating budget, that is no money coming in, no money at all. That is just purely having our fund balance fund current operations. We would be able to sustain it for 6 months. So again, that's a discussion point that we can have is, again, I think all of this evolves around how much risk is the city willing to take with a fund balance policy. We like to be conservative, and so we always like to plan ahead and account for some of those unforeseen expenses. If there are no further questions on the general fund piece, the fund balance, I can go into the net position.
I actually do have a question,
Sure.
Evan. What is natural disaster funding?
So natural disaster funding would be accounting for any expenses that are a result of a natural disaster. So for example, if we have a storm that takes out dunes and all of a sudden we have flooding on the street, which impacts stormwater infrastructure. We have several ocean outfalls that take stormwater and put it into the ocean. If one of those get damaged as a result of a natural disaster, the boardwalk were to get damaged. If we see flooding on the streets that damages streets or sidewalks, anything attributed to a natural disaster, accounting for any capital investments that we would have to repair that. I think, some of the discussions that we've had is, well, there's grant money out there, or there's money out there from emergency agencies to help pay for that stuff. Well, in most cases, that stuff can take time, and usually it's a reimbursement. And so I think it's important that the city have money available to be able to be used to remediate some of the disasters that happens from natural occurrences. So,
I had a question. This is obviously a difficult, if not impossible, exercise to predict. You have no. We're trying to come up with something that may appear to be predictable, but obviously it's not predictable. But that doesn't necessarily make it a bad. You're basically just kind of trying to come up with a rule of thumb of like what could happen, what might that cost. With maybe some sense attached to it or not. But I'm just looking at as sort of what you've included here. Half of it is this guess on 60%, which is a guess. That the operating budget is going to carry on, much in the way it would if we didn't have the natural disaster, which to me I think is probably very improbable. I guess I'm just saying, but that's like half of it right there, and then the other stuff are big guesses, not big guesses and stuff. I'm not knocking it, but I'm just trying to come up with. Do you really feel that this is sensible? And because the natural disaster funding, that could be anything, I think about, the ship hitting the Key Bridge, obviously the federal government stepped up and said, we're going to fix this, but that doesn't mean they got the money because they can print it, they're going to take care of it, but we're not necessarily in that situation. But I think what I would if we think that if we all decide, yeah, this is pretty good, we can't probably do anything better, sure, that's fine. But the idea of half of it being kind of based on the operating budget, I would, and just like slapping 60% on it, I'm just wondering if there would be a better way to sort of establish what the expenses would be, what would the revenues be, maybe to tighten that up a little bit, if there would be a way to do that. And I'm not asking for a lot here, but I'm just saying that to me is like, to me, the least logical number, so if that would be my only suggestion here. The other ones, again, are guesses. And the thing is, the fact that you got it to dial in close to being kind of whatever our inside, I mean, that to me, the what I can't read her, the one, 1.225, million is close. I mean, we're lucky. And I mean, I don't think that, that doesn't mean like, oh my God, what are we going to do? Where are we going to come up with that money? I mean, the fact that it's like close is kind of remarkable.
Yeah, I mean, I think to your point, even if we all acknowledge that this is overly aggressive, it at least shows the great financial position that we're in. So, again, I think the whole topic of the policy is really just to have the conversation and see what we're comfortable with. So.
Yeah.
I guess the one that gives me pause would be the national disaster funding. Our biggest asset out there is our beach and our boardwalk. And we have had in the past a Mother's Day storm and the storm of 62 and everything that very close to summertime, it took a lot of money. And, the federal government's maybe not always going to come through for us. And, Bunky, you said, what's the right amount? Who knows? It could be 2 to 3 times that.
Right.
Well, if what you're saying, Mayor, is we have experience, what is that experience? What's the data on that experience? What have we experienced in the past that we've had to expend?
Sure.
When we had the Mother's Day storm. What is that information? Sure. Do you have it?
I don't have it handy, but I mean, it
I don't
would
mean
just
handy,
involve, going back, I mean, Mother's Day storm was a good example. So that was where we had extremely high tides. It eroded significant pieces of the dune and actually left dune crossings unnavigable. Some of them had 5, 6, 7 foot drop-offs. So we had to close dune crossings, and then fortunately we've been able to work with Denrick over the last couple of years to get permission to be able to make minor repairs to some of those dune crossings. So for the most part, in that particular case, the Mother's Day storm, it was really just staff resources. So the time to have the staff out there continuously replenishing the beach on the dune crossings, opening as many as we could. The challenge with the dune crossings is once you undermine the subsurface, the substructure of the dune, you can keep replenishing sand on that crossing, but without that stable subsurface, it will just continue to erode away. So fencing, dune fencing, we lost a lot of the dune fencing, so we sometimes keep stuff in inventory, so putting that stuff back out. So it's mostly just costs associated with the labor in particular. But again,
do we know what those costs were?
We could prepare that information.
And do we know the costs of other more significant storms?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. And then what was reimbursed by
Sure.
federal agencies or state agencies?
Sure.
If anything?
I was going to ask, did we tap into our reserve for any of that?
For the Mother's Day storm? No.
So we paid for that out of our, and so then if this 60% everyone's talking about, I don't know the percentage point, but if that 11 million went down to 9 million, and then we were $1 million or $2 million in excess, where would that money go?
So that is actually part of the policy that we would look to develop. So right now we reference in here, we have a sentence that says the plan shall, so this paragraph, at the end of a fiscal year, the unassigned fund balance falls below the minimum established amount. The city shall develop a plan to rebuild the balance. The plan shall include a specific time frame not to exceed 3 years. So this is if the fund balance falls below the minimum. What we haven't yet discussed is what do we do if there's an excess? And so what I've seen in some other fund balance policy examples are If the excess is a certain dollar amount, that there are specific uses for that money. So that can go towards capital improvements, or that could go towards additional debt, paying off debt, things like that. So I think that's really a discussion point for us to have. I mean, if there's an excess, do you want the ability to spend all of the excess? Do you want the ability to spend a portion of the excess over multiple years? So that's all what we can talk about as part of this policy. But we didn't take an attempt right now at addressing what to do with those funds. But they can be spent. I mean, that's the whole goal of the fund balance policy, is to say, how much do we need to have in the fund balance and the net position? And then if we were ever to exceed that, we also have established how that money is spent and what purposes the money is spent on, so.
Evan, one thing that we haven't talked about, and it has been suggested to, I think, many of us up here, that we've got too much money and it may be difficult to get grants and other funding from the state or the federal government. And I think if we could talk about that and some real live examples on, you know, are we hurting ourselves by having too much cash?
Yeah.
Are there requirements in grant applications with the federal or state governments? I think just knowing some of that would be helpful in looking at a policy like this as well.
Yeah, I can just talk to one example that I'm familiar with, and that's the Transportation Alternatives Program. Well, actually, a lot of the grants that we receive at the city, they require a match. So you either have to show that you are committed to matching the grant funds, or you have to actually budget that amount. So either you budget the amount and you hope to get reimbursed for it, or you are committed to paying at least 50% of those expenses. So in the examples that I've seen, grants that I've applied for, grants that I've received, it's a match. It's either 50-50, or it's 80-20, or it's 90-10. And so I think in that case, they want to see that you have some ownership of the project.
So if we're looking at a worst-case scenario disaster where it wipes, let's say we have a big storm and it wipes our beach and boardwalk, what is our most significant partner, source of revenue, source of funding, the recovery from that? Is it FEMA?
I think so. I know there was a storm that we had that damaged some of the boardwalk, and I think either FEMA was our partner, or maybe we had state agencies involved as well. And a lot of that, I mean, I've attended a couple different webinars with DEMA, and there's been FEMA reps there as well, and sometimes they talk about just the importance of response. So if something happens, you act quickly, you notify folks quickly, you get a team on the ground to be able to assess and document. Because if you are not assessing, but more importantly, if you're not documenting, you will automatically kind of make yourself ineligible for some of those costs. So that's one of the biggest things that they talk about and promote, is the importance of when something happens, you document it, you take action in photography or taking photos of things, but also the staff time, the labor, the costs associated with it, so that for the most part, all those things get reimbursed and you're not missing out on those opportunities. So again, a lot of what I've seen is that it's an expense that you have to pay out immediately, and then you get reimbursed from it over time.
Evan, question for you on the recovery aspect. You said at the end of the fiscal year, unassigned fund balance, et cetera. Is that, I know this is not formal language yet in essence, but just as we've experienced in the report here, FY24, nearly $1 million in general funds, should this be reflective of audited funds?
Yes, that's a good point.
So that we know perhaps exactly what we're dealing with?
Right.
And these funds, except for the natural disaster that you've just set at $4 million, these are all actually based on the actual operating budget. So they could come, fall, and rise throughout the years. These are basically just guidelines of maintenance.
Exactly. The natural disaster itself is, that's, I say an arbitrary number, but from what I was told, when the boardwalk was rebuilt in 1962. I think it cost $5 or $6 million. I think Bert knows the answer to that question. But in this particular case, we thought we put $4 million in. I mean, we could have the discussion about whether we think it needs to be 5, 6, 7, 8. Now, these days, it's probably double that to replace the boardwalk. But the natural disaster funding is one of the more arbitrary numbers, but it's not so much arbitrary because at least we have examples, being the boardwalk, and we'll work on getting more examples too of actual costs incurred that is flexible. But the CIP, the debt service, the operating budget, that's all real numbers. Yep.
Right. Thank you.
Wow. Is the CIP really real numbers?
Depends on who you ask.
Well, that's precisely the point, Commissioner. I mean, we've had the discussion about, is the CIP real? I mean, there are things in there that some of us might think are never going to happen.
I don't think it's real number at all.
That's not a comment at you, by the way. It's a comment in support of you, but
sure,
it's.
Well, I would say
it's something that
Okay, I'm sorry.
It's something that we need to take a hard look at.
Yeah, and I think
if you're operating off of a CIP that is unrealistic,
right,
then by definition, what you've put in here would be unrealistic.
Right. The only comment I'd offer on that is the CIP, and I think we should change the text so it's not FY25 CIP, but FY25 capital budget. Because the CIP, when we use the term CIP, capital improvement plan, we're talking about the 5-year plan. Right. And I think when you talk about the 5-year plan, that's where there may be things in there that are not realistic. But when you have a capital budget, as part of the budget discussion, the special meetings that we have, approval of the annual budget, you're approving the capital budget. So I think at that point, the capital budget for the year has been vetted and discussed and approved. And so those numbers are more realistic, I guess, so to speak, versus the 5-year CIP, where there may be things in there in out years that may not be realistic by the time we get there.
There's certainly stuff 5 years out that are aspirational, for sure.
Sure.
And what we're faced with right now is cost overruns with the beach patrol building.
Mm-hmm.
We've also had $100,000 in a gearbox to be rebuilt at the wastewater treatment plant. So these are issues that, they're not disaster funds, but these are real costs, and you have to try to be able to manage them.
Right.
And this, again, I think this is giving us the ability to have creditworthiness with our lenders, and as we go out for other loans, that they look at when a disaster happens, that we go out to FEMA or whomever, that yes, we are financially stable to be able to repay these loans or be given the grants in order that we are a good investment, if you will.
Right.
And I would add that probably the most controllable expense on that chart is the capital budget. Of course, you still have to replace things as they break, but do you have to repave a road if revenue's not coming in? No. Or new playground equipment, things of that nature. So you can stop those projects if you need to. You can't stop paying employees, can't stop paying debt service, but I would say that capital budget and the natural disaster funding is probably the most ability to move.
I don't disagree with you at all, but we are in a position now that our roadways in the municipality are at standard, and we have been chomping away at taking away money from repaving over a number of years. Our infrastructure of wastewater, of freshwater supply lines, of sewer lines, they always seem to get pushed down because we can come back to that. We have a habit of not coming back to that.
Right. Anybody else? Go ahead, Evan.
Yeah, sure. And just briefly, I'll run through the net position. So again, we have two major enterprise funds, the water fund and the wastewater fund. Water fund is definitely in the best position. So again, we apply a similar framework to the enterprise funds, but one of the major differences would be the operating budget. So we have applied a 50% of the operating budget rather than the 60% because, again, when thinking about wanting to operate for 6 months, We really don't see a seasonal impact expense-wise to water and wastewater. So we don't hire seasonal water operators, we don't hire seasonal wastewater operators, so the expenses are relatively consistent the 6 months of the season and then the 6 months of the off-season. So for the water expenditures, again, 1.9 million, almost $2 million, 50% of the operating budget. We want to plan for 100% of the debt service, 100% of the CIP, or we've talked about just the capital budget for water. And then natural disaster funding, 2 million. We brought that down a little bit because most of the infrastructure that we have for water, wastewater is a little bit more landward. It's not right on the ocean. It's not the boardwalk, for example, right on the beach. So we can look at that number as well and try and come up with additional data points to help inform that. I think one approach that we could use for the natural disaster funding is what GFOA, one of their recommendations, and that's in one of their more detailed approaches to a fund balance policy, and that's where you almost inventory and value every single piece of infrastructure that you have in the street, but also at plants. Just to kind of understand what is the current value of all your infrastructure as it relates to water and wastewater. So we could look at that number, but again, right now we've planned for $2 million. That leaves an unrestricted net position of $4.4 million. We have a total unrestricted net position of $12.7 million, so we have an excess of the minimum net position of $8.3 million. And so we've started to have some discussions with Bert and with Henry and certainly with the city manager about, that goes into the next part of this discussion on the policy, and that is when you have an excess, what can those excess funds be used for? So if we know that we have capital improvement projects that need to get done, if we know we have deferred maintenance, these funds could be used to start to address some of those items, because it will ultimately have a positive impact on future budgets, because we're not going to budget for those expenditures. Rather, we're going to we'll budget for the expenditures, but we won't have to worry about the revenue for those expenditures because we'll take it from the excess. And then for the wastewater fund, again, 50% of the operating expenses, 100% of the debt service, 100% of the capital budget, and then natural disaster, we've also put $2 million in for that. The total unrestricted net position is $7.8 million, so that has $1.9 million in underfunded minimum net position. So again, a similar framework we've applied to the enterprise funds that we did with the general fund, but we did make some slight adjustments based on, in particular, the operating expenditures, what we think is a little bit more realistic. We'll work on getting some examples and some data points on the natural disaster piece, mainly as it relates to infrastructure costs. We can easily pull some examples of recent projects that we've done, replacements, repairs, and what it's cost to perform those repairs. So that's really all I wanted to present today. Again, this policy was first introduced in April. We've since updated it. The auditors will be here next Monday, so they'll start the audit, and so we'll have a more realistic understanding of what the unrestricted net position, unassigned fund balance policy or fund balance will be probably in about a month or so. But again, we're expecting $1 million surplus in general fund, $1 million in water, and the wastewater to break even. So more to come on that.
Can I say one question? These last two examples with the water and the wastewater, right. I mean, the only thing I'm sort of concerned about is these are not necessarily like analogs each year. I mean, they change each year, and I would think that in these two examples, you may want to see like a projection of maybe 2-3 years or something like that, just to know, okay, like we're fat this year, but next year we got like a whole other different things that's happening. So you want to be in touch with that.
Yeah, and I think that would especially be helpful for the capital piece,
right?
Because we know we have some significant capital expenses coming up.
And there's really no justification in these cases that you can use that money for something else, can you? Right? So it's really got to remain in that.
And we can look into that too, exactly what is required. I think in some cases it may be an action, a vote taken by the commissioners on what those funds can be used for. But we can come back with some information on what it takes to use those funds, how you go about actually using the funds.
Right. And do you feel that are the auditors likely or unlikely to express any kind of recommendation or opinion with regard to this?
We've had clean audit reports, so I don't expect anything.
Right, but I'm saying as far as your financials and everything, but they, could conceivably make some kind of, recommendation based
On the fund balance policy?
Yeah.
Yeah, so when we first prepared the fund balance policy back in March or April, we actually sent a draft to them just for their review and comment too, because we thought it was really important. Obviously, they like to see things like that, so we have kept them in the loop as we've developed this policy. So.
Okay.
So, Evan, we didn't have a fund balance policy previously, did we?
No.
Did they ever make an observation that we did not have one?
I don't know. I would have to ask. I haven't seen anything in an audit report recommending that one be developed, but I'm sure it's something that they support. But I would have to double check and see.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't remember reading the management letters over the last few years. I don't remember any suggestions made of that. It's been a clean audit.
I don't think there would necessarily be a reason because we have a sizable fund balance. If we didn't, it would be a different scenario, I think.
Any further questions? Anybody from the public? If not, we'll move forward. Thank you, Evan. I think you just stay right there, don't you? Next item of business, which is new business A, discuss setting the city's real estate tax rate for the tax year beginning July 1, 2024 and ending July 30th, 2025. Evan?
Yep. Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to give a brief presentation on the proposed property tax increase for FY 2025. Really, the few points that I want to drive home is sort of the need for the property tax increase. So, and I'll talk about each one of these bullet points as we go through the presentation, and I'll try and keep it brief. But general fund activities, I talked a little bit about this with the fund balance policy. General fund activities account for over half of the city's budget. General fund activities include streets, police, building and grounds, administration, mayor and commissioners, you name it, anything that's not water and wastewater. So they also support, general fund supports year-round services and amenities. So again, police and dispatch, streets, which includes refuse collection, yard waste, street, sidewalk, boardwalk, and beach maintenance, our parks, and the capital improvements to infrastructure and equipment. What we have seen is that the general fund expenses have increased while support via property tax has decreased. So we've looked actually 14 years back just to see what the trend in the percentage of property tax as a revenue source in the general fund, how that's changed over time. And what we can see is since 2020, property tax as a percentage of revenue in the general fund has been on a decline. And then finally, most of the revenue sources supporting the general fund are subject to economic volatility and pose a financial risk to the city. I talked a little bit about this before, but I'll go into more detail in this presentation. I want to talk a little bit about the efforts that we've taken to reduce our reliance on property tax. So again, I made mention that we've seen that property tax as a percentage of revenue in the general fund has trended downwards, and that's because we've trended upwards in other revenue sources. We have undertaken several efforts, again, to reduce our reliance on property tax. Grants is a perfect example of that. I list only a couple sources here, a couple grants that we've used, but 911 funds are funds that we're given to use to offset costs associated with dispatch center in particular. So that is capital improvements, so that can be computers or keyboards or even overtime. So we can use it for personnel costs in addition to capital costs. And then also grants that I've been involved in since I've been here. These are offered by DENREC, also the Division of Health and Social Services. That would be surface water, drinking water, wastewater matching planning grants. I talked a little bit earlier about how those are matching grants. They're 50-50 matches, but we're always really successful in receiving those grants. There's been other grants as well, but I just wanted to touch on the ones that I was most familiar with. The second thing that we've done, as you're all familiar with, is our investments that are earning interest. So several years ago, we saw an opportunity where we took the money that we had in CDs and invested them in treasury bills, and have just seen a fantastic return on investment. So that was idle cash that we had available that we saw a great opportunity to earn much higher interest rates on. And so we invested that money in treasury bills, and that money is still in treasury bills. Money is associated with the general fund, water fund, and wastewater fund. And then finally, partnerships that we've had with the county, state, and federal agencies. So Sussex County recently, I think it was 2 or 3 years ago, they had received higher, I think it was transfer tax. And so they actually gave out grants to all the communities in Sussex County. So we were a recipient of that grant. I think that was $500,000. DelDOT is another group that we've partnered with for different projects. So I've mentioned before the Transportation Alternatives Program. That is a program that offers $1 million with a 80-20 match. The city has to provide 20% and the state provides 80%. We've used that TAP program for Lake Avenue Phase 1 and Phase 2. DENREC, they offer the Outdoor Recreation Parks and Trails Grant, which we've taken advantage of almost every single year. That's grant money that we're able to use for improvements to parks, park facilities. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, most people are familiar with the Lakes Management Plan. That was an opportunity where we were able to go to the Corps and actually receive $100,000 in technical assistance towards the development of the Lakes Management Plan. And then finally, the state legislature. So state legislature offers community transportation funds, which are given to each legislator. And so we're able to tap into those resources, and then also bond bill appropriations, which we've taken advantage of. So all efforts that we've undertaken, again, to bring in additional revenue to help pay for capital expenses, but in some examples, operating expenses as well. Just to recap the proposed property tax increase, the FY25 annual budget was adopted March 15th, 2024. And that budget anticipates an increase in property taxes from 6 cents per hundred to 7.75 cents per $100 of city assessed value. That's an increase of 1.75 cents per $100 of assessed value. And the tax year runs from July 1st through June 30th. And I've just referenced the section in the charter that says that essentially that the commissioners have to set the property tax rate and do so in a way that ensures that we meet the fixed and anticipated expenses and obligations of the city. This includes a reasonable and appropriate reserve for then and current fiscal year, plus reasonable amount to cover any unanticipated expenses and emergencies. So we just finished talking about the fund balance policy that ties a little bit into this provision here. To address the impact to the property owners, I worked with Donna Moore, and she was able to provide me with the average assessed value in the city of Rehoboth Beach, which is $1,069,102. The average tax bill at 6 cents per $100 of assessed value is $641.46. And so the increase from 6 cents per 100 to 7.75 cents will increase the average property tax bill by $187 a year, or $15.60 a month. Again, just to give a little bit more context to the proposed increase. I talked a little bit about this before with the fund balance policy. Again, the city uses fund accounting. We have 3 major funds: general fund and 2 enterprise funds. The enterprise funds, again, are water, wastewater. General fund accounts for all other departments. And I include a definition of fund accounting, which is actually taken from ICMA's textbook on a budgeting guide for local governments, which is something that I've referenced from time to time. And underline the piece there that just says each of those funds have separate revenues and expenditures or expenses and fund balances, and each fund is self-contained set of self-balancing accounts. So I've been in other municipalities where it's a common practice to take from enterprise funds and use it for general funds. That's usually frowned upon. And so again, fund accounting focuses on the importance of all the accounting information being organized into funds, and then each having its own revenues and expenditures for those. So again, we have general fund and then 2 enterprise funds.
Bunky asked you, Commissioner Markert asked a question about the use of the enterprise funds for other purposes a few minutes ago. And
right.
What I think I just heard you say is we shouldn't.
Correct. So enterprise funds, if there's an excess, I mean, it can be used for certain.
Let me be more specific. That we shouldn't use them for things other than enterprise fund activity, not for general fund activity.
Correct.
Is that right?
Correct. The city has had a history of using, it's not uncommon, I've seen it in every other municipality I've worked with, but the goal is always to minimize the reliance on other funds. So, for example, the general fund should never be so reliant on an enterprise fund. So it's not uncommon from what I've seen for general fund to use funds from enterprise funds, but it is frowned upon. And again, we've undertaken, and I can provide more information maybe at the next meeting about the efforts we've taken to lessen our reliance on the enterprise fund in the general fund. But we have traditionally used enterprise funds for to support the general fund.
Not for today, or maybe even at any meeting, maybe offline I can talk with you, just understanding the philosophy underlying that. Sure. Because it seems like it is one of the most stable sources of income that we have.
Mm-hmm. That's actually one of the slides I was just getting ready to go into.
Sorry
about that. No,
don't
yeah.
mean to.
So to your point, general fund revenues, this is actual numbers from last fiscal year. And I've broken it into 2 different categories. One is the revenue sources that generate over $1 million. The other is the revenue sources that generate between $500,000 and $1 million. Again, this is based on actual numbers. So the revenue sources in the general fund that generate over $1 million, obviously parking. Parking is one of the largest revenue generators, the largest revenue generator. We have gross receipts rental tax, we have the property tax, we have transfer tax, and we have hotel accommodations tax. I have an asterisk next to hotel accommodations tax because this is limited by the state legislature. So the state legislature introduced a bill which allowed municipalities to include a provision within their charter allowing them to impose a hotel accommodations tax. It is up to 3%. So you cannot impose more than 3% as a hotel accommodations tax. We currently have 3% in the city, but again, that is limited by the state legislature.
Just out of curiosity, because I don't know the answer to this, what's our gross receipts rental tax?
Gross receipts rental tax would be your tax on.
No, I understand what it is, but what is the number? Is it greater than the hotel accommodations tax?
Yes. Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah. And I can pull that information maybe for the next presentation.
Share of it, though, right? I mean, I think the rate, it says that the state gets a piece of the hotel accommodations tax.
Yeah, so the state has their own hotel accommodations tax, that's 8%. And then the 8% is divvied up between, they have different uses for it. Beach nourishment is one of them. They also use a percentage to fund the local chamber of commerce. So they have, state imposes 8%, we impose an additional 3% on top of that.
Okay.
For a total of 11. And then the other revenue sources, again, that generate between $500,000 and $1 million, building permits, parking fines, residential trash collection, refuse. Again, our interest on investments has generated a lot of income to us in the general fund, and then the business license fees. I bring this point or bring this slide up only because I think it's important to show that when we are looking to raise revenue and raise a lot of revenue, we're limited in terms of what those revenue sources are. But more importantly, a lot of the revenue sources, a majority of the revenue sources that generate over $1 million are economically driven. So the gross receipts rental tax are people who are renting homes. The property transfer tax, that depends on how the local economy is with, what is home sales? Are people moving to the area? Are they buying? Are they selling? Hotel accommodations tax, that stays in hotels within the city, and then parking. So there's a little bit of a reliance on some of these revenue sources that are economically driven. That introduces certainly some volatility into our revenue sources in the general fund, which is why we typically try to be conservative when we're budgeting the revenue from those sources. Again, just to recap, general fund, it includes all of these departments. I've actually organized these departments by the most expensive department to operate. So streets being the most important, communications, or streets being the most expensive, communications being the least expensive. And I have asterisks next to comfort stations and administration because there's 2 points I want to make on that. The comfort stations is the third most expensive department right now. That's only because we are building the Beach Patrol headquarters. So once that project is completed, it would actually fall, I think, between parks and building and grounds. So for now, it's an expensive department, but again, once that project's completed, it would fall back towards the bottom of the list. And then administration is much more than just some of the city staff. That also includes Board of Adjustment, Planning Commission, planning services related to those different groups, legal expenses related to those groups. So it's much more than just the folks downstairs that most people interact with on a day-to-day basis. And then this just provides a little bit more information about the general fund again. So FY25 approved expenditures in the general fund only, $25.7 million. That's $18.9 million in operating, $1.4 in debt service, $5.4 in capital outlays. So 67% of the annual budget is general fund activities. 54% of the capital budget is general fund activities. So this is just a summary slide. Again, the general fund accounts for over half of the annual budget, about 67%. It funds a lot of services that are provided year-round, but again, a lot of the departments that are not, all of the departments that are not water and wastewater. Property tax is our most stable revenue source, and that is, again, it doesn't introduce a level of volatility like the others do with the economy. And then the FY25 budget doesn't anticipate the increase in property tax of 1.75 cents per hundred, with an annual impact to the property owner, the average property owner of $187 per year, or $15.60. There is included within the agenda an agenda item report on this topic that I've included. That agenda item report, again, just tries to give a little bit more context about how we arrived at the discussion for today, mainly with the discussion of when we had considered adopting the annual budget. I included an excerpt here from our press release about the adoption of the budget, which captures the capital improvements that we're committed to. And so the agenda item report is included in addition to draft ordinance, which you would consider at the regular meeting in June. So we just thought it was important to introduce this topic, certainly take any questions or comments about this before consideration is given at the June regular meeting. And that's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. Any questions? I mean, I stated my position during the budget talks, and I'm firm with that. Anybody else? Anybody from the public?
But before we go to the public.
I'm sorry, Tom. Tom, wait. Go ahead.
I think Commissioner Sharp has.
I'm sorry. Hang tight a sec.
I wanted to restate my position from the budget discussions, as I was a no vote for the budget. And I want to just restate that because of our lack of, in my opinion, valid capital forecasting, I can't support this tax increase. Also, I think we should very much take advantage of the fact that we have a city manager now that may come to our discussions with a fresh perspective and more clear eyes sometimes than some of us who have been around for a while. I'm also curious, Evan, on our grant activity that you highlighted. Do you believe that our grant activity has been up to par in the past, or do you think that will start trending upward?
Grant activity largely, in my experience, is dependent on the availability of the staff to actually prepare the grant applications and facilitate it. Because in most cases, there can be a lot of work going into the actual application itself, consideration as to whether or not the grant is even worth the time to prepare an application, but also there's an administrative side to it as well. So I think a lot of people just think you get the money and then the money's there, but in most cases, there's reporting requirements. There's annual reporting requirements that you have to check in and provide information on what was the money used for. So we have continued to utilize grants more and more since I've been here. Certainly some are more financially beneficial than others. So I think sometimes it really takes some consideration as to whether the amount of money that we would get for the project, is it worth the time and effort to put into it? And in most cases, it is. So I think there's always room for improvement with grants and grant applications and what we're applying for. We're always on the lookout for opportunities. But again, I think our challenge is just the commitment that has to go into actually preparing the application and submitting it.
And I want the short answer from me, which I think is, you already touched on it, it's staff activity. And am I correct or incorrect that we don't really have a dedicated individual that looks for, searches for these, and does all of the administrivia that you've talked about?
Yeah, so I was that individual for a few years when I was your local government management fellow. At the time, I recall having a commissioner ask for me to prepare information on what grants we've applied for and received. I know it was well over $1 million that we received, at least between the 2 years that I had been here and been heavily involved in grants. I don't think any of that has dropped off. If anything, I think it's picked up, because I've also seen a lot of the department heads take ownership in their budget and the expenses. Chief was here, but he's a perfect example of, if he becomes aware of a grant, he is putting in for it. And so I've seen a lot of the department heads take the initiative, especially when it's grants that fall within their domain. Liz Lingo always applied for the Outdoor Parks and Recreation Trails grant. So although we don't have a dedicated grant administrator, grant writer, I'm confident that the department heads and the staff are doing everything that they can to apply for those opportunities as they come up. And again, a lot of these opportunities are ones that come around quarterly, annually, and we continue to put in for them over and over again. I think at one point I was told that one of the sources I was tapping into, we had like 3 or 4 approved applications, and they said, you have to work with what you got. You've already have 3 approved grant applications, get those projects done, and then you can come back to us. So
I hear you, and I would hope to see our grant activity trending up.
Sure.
You used the term a little bit ago, idle cash, because I'm concerned about money being left on the table.
Sure.
So do we have any other idle cash that might need to work harder in our favor?
No. So everything right now that we have is in Treasury bills. I think it's over 4%. I'd have to look at the most recent investment report, but we're seeing fantastic returns on that money. So,
Okay.
yeah.
I'm glad to continue to hear that.
Yeah.
So I guess my final issue is, I have stated before that my role here is to stand between this recommended tax increase and our constituents, and I will do so at the upcoming meeting.
Sure.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I too, sorry, Don, do you want to go?
Commissioner?
I too, I was in the minority voting against the budget, and I too will vote against a property tax increase. While you say it's $187, we also increased wastewater fees. We have a stormwater fee that may be coming and a reassessment from the county. And I think in loose math, per household, it was somewhere around $1,200 per household. That's going to be additional cost. And I do not believe that I can responsibly approve a tax increase when we have these other fees. As I mentioned earlier, Delaware doesn't seem to find a fee it doesn't dislike. So I will be voting against it.
Thank you. Don?
So, to the city manager and Evan, I think it would be responsible in preparation for the upcoming meeting to prepare the possibility that this doesn't pass, just based on dialogue with the commissioners. And what would that mean if that were the case, so that we are aware in advance of a vote of what that means.
Sure.
Anybody else? No? Now, Tom. Members
Tom
of the-
Gaynor, property owner in Rehoboth. Evan, great job as always. Can you go back to your second slide or something? You mentioned something about we are seeing less reliance. I'm gonna botch what you said. The property tax reliance or something where you implied that there's less property tax coming in. Is that true?
No. So there's more property tax coming in. As a percentage of revenue in the general fund, it's been trending downwards.
Right.
Only because other
Like
sources.
real dollars going
Yes,
up.
yes.
Okay, real dollars going up. What's the expected dollar impact of the increase?
Expected dollar impact of the increase.
Gross dollars that you expect to raise?
In the budget, it was, I think we projected a little bit under 600,000.
600,000.
Yeah.
30%, and roughly a 30% increase to property taxes this year, which sets a new baseline on a go-forward basis, ad infinitum, and just anecdotally, since 2016, I think my property taxes have gone up about 80%. So we're talking about a 30%, roughly a third of that 7-year increase in year one for a whole new baseline going forward. Sure. I'm glad to hear so many people speaking against it. The other thing is, I think you misspoke on rental gross receipts. Isn't it up to 7% in the city of Rehoboth?
7%, yes.
You said, yeah, okay, I think you said 3 times.
No, that's
3%.
3% is hotel accommodations tax.
Got it, okay. Just wanted to clarify that, thank you. And admin, fourth greatest expense. One of the things that would be helpful in doing a sales pitch, which this is, and again, I'm talking to you as a fan, because I think you demonstrate great competence and confidence when you speak in this room, and it's actually appreciated by the residents. But you're doing a sales job. And in order to do that, there's got to be 3 years of trailing data showing people what the impact of this is. This is a very static presentation. This is facts, it's a Polaroid, and you can't get any context for the data that's being proposed here. And if I were a commissioner, I'd be asking, what's the 3-year trailing data? What is it showing? What is the increase showing? And more importantly, if admin is the fourth greatest expense of what we're trying to tell people and sell people, we want more of your money, what are you doing to reduce costs? Thanks.
Thank you, Tom. Anybody else from the public? Come ahead. Your name and relationship to the city. Welcome back.
Hello, Kathy Newcomb, and Rehoboth Avenue property owner. Because the slides are somewhat arbitrary, right? So if that first slide that showed you wanted to be at 60%, when I think you said the national average was 16.67 and 20% where you had come from before?
You're talking about the fund balance policy?
Correct.
Okay.
So if 16.7 is national, 20% as a town that's being a little bit more cautious, I think anyone would believe that 50% was also extremely cautious. So if you change from 60% to 50%, right? Now you go from $1 million to deficit to an $800,000 surplus, and the $1 million from just 1 year's budget surplus could certainly offset the $700,000 tax increase and just make it go away completely. So that's one point. The second point is I feel bad for you because the budget was based on 20% fee increase, and then you got up here and you showed them 20% fee increase, and then it didn't go anywhere. So I think you're doing a great job, and I think you're very fiscally responsible. And I do understand that the funds need to be separate from one another, but I think no business says, oh, good, I have $8 million extra over here, but I'm going to bounce a check if I write a check over here. So I agree in the separate, which I think you were speaking to. Like, what's the philosophy of every fund being separate when you can't have $8 million in one? And so that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yep. Your name and relationship to the city.
Katie Sarver, Rehoboth Avenue. I would just like for you to consider in this that your constituents, families, and businesses set their yearly budgets in January. They usually run January to January. And although many people have anticipated a tax increase, no one has anticipated a 30% tax increase. So now you're going to come back to your constituents and say, you need to reevaluate your budgets. Families are already stretched. Even families that have $1 million plus homes are also experiencing, you know, where am I going to be able to spend my money? Am I going to feed my family steak tonight, or am I going to feed my family chicken thighs because they're cheaper? So, although they are very good. The thing is that I think you really need to look at this 30% increase and whether you phase it or do something in order to help your constituents, because people are not happy. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? All righty. Thank you very much. Again, this will be on the June regular meeting, June 21st, for a vote.
Yep, and just so members of the public know too, and the commissioner, so I've given a presentation. It was not embedded in the agenda. I like to present the information, and we'll embed it into the agenda from today, so it's also available for review. So
Sounds good. Yep. Thank you very much. Thank you, Evan. With that, we'll go to the next item of business, which is new business B. Discuss joint request by the Lewes Board of Public Works and Sussex County to open a dialogue to explore a three-way regional wastewater partnership among the three organizations. As many of you know that have been here a while, Sussex County government came to us in 2018 and also 2021 and did some presentations requesting a partnership at that time just between solely Sussex County and the city of Rehoboth Beach. Back in February of this year, Sussex County contacted me on behalf of the Sussex County government as well as the Lewes Board of Public Works to discuss a possible new wastewater partnership with the three of us. At that time, we convened a meeting with Evan Miller, then interim city manager, myself as mayor, Public Works Director Henry Matlos, Lynn Cohen, Public Communications Specialist, and also we brought in Kevin Williams because he was very intimate and attended those meetings. And we met, and the intent of that meeting was really to hear what their proposal was, and primary intent was to make sure that the proposal was different than what had been presented the last 2 years. That if the proposal was the same as the last 2 years, it was just the county coming to us for something, then actually I was prepared to reject their offer and end it there rather than wasting anybody's time. But as we met, we learned the proposal we thought was significantly different than the first two proposals solely by Sussex County, in that the new partnership added Lewes Board of Public Works. So I said that I'd be willing to put it on an agenda. And the caveat would be two things. One is that the county and Board of Public Works needed to put in writing what their proposal was, and that they were not formally invited to today's meeting so that we could have a private, if you will, discussion among our commissioners and the public here to determine whether we want to invest energy in inviting them to a future meeting to explain further their program. And of course, if we do that, then we would be exercising our energy to further analyze it. So with that, the intent today is to introduce the topic, discuss among the Board of Commissioners and the public. I would not expect a clear conclusion today, but instead defer further discussion and resume discussion on June 21st, the regular meeting. And at that time, if we were ready to actually have a vote. And the vote would be merely, do we want to invest more time and fulfill their ask by getting together and further discussing this? Or do we want to just terminate discussions at that time? But deferring, the intent of deferring till a vote for June 21st would be to get the word out through the newspapers and others so that we could solicit some feedback and be more educated in where we're going with this. With that, we're going to hand it over to Henry. You have a slideshow. And I do want to say that we received correspondence by Pat Caluzzi, constituent in town, by Christoph from Center for Inland Bays. And unfortunately, Christoph did submit an attachment and a letter timely, and we accidentally only put in the cover letter and didn't get your full letter. So want to give you that opportunity to speak today and read it. And we do have it, so it will end up embedded in the agenda at a later time. With that, I want to turn this over to Henry.
Commissioners, Mayor, members of the public. So I'm not going to go through excruciating detail of what was in the agenda. I'm just going to kind of give a overview of the request and the potential benefits for the city, as well as what has changed from the previous requests. As the mayor said, the county first came back actually in 2018 for basically for the county to take over operation of the entire wastewater plant, and that was Board of Commissioners at that time decided not to move forward with that. Then the second proposal was in November of 2021 when the county came to presented to purchase the excess capacity of the outfall, of the ocean outfall, and the Board of Commissioners voted on several items, and after seeing the meeting, the county withdrew their offer. So the latest, again, is to the county, along with the Lewes Board of Public Works, is asking to either purchase or lease our excess outfall capacity. Currently, the Lewes Board of Public Works has their own wastewater treatment facility that is discharged into the canal, and there is a facility in Wolf Neck that uses spray irrigation. What they were looking at doing is having a new treatment facility, and the effluent being being discharged by either spray irrigation, a newly constructed wetland, or an outfall to the canal. Recently, the state had found some significant archaeological findings at Wolf Neck. So it could be years before anything new in the way of the spray irrigation or the newly constructed outfall, wetlands would occur. So the county and Lewes, as the mayor said, is requesting consideration to purchase or lease part of our ocean outfall capacity. Now, our ocean outfall capacity is, the potential is over 10 million gallons a day. The most we have had so far was about 3.4 million gallons a day using just the city of Rehoboth. So studies have shown by GHD that there's significant capability to. GHD is an engineering consulting firm that the city uses. The city's used them for over 30 years, City of Rehoboth. And they also, the county is also a client of GHD. So what's changed this time compared to last time? Last time it was presented to be a purchase. This time the Lewes and county will consider a long-term lease. Also, it was just the county last time. This time the city of Lewes is involved. Lewes BPW, thank you. Also, as mentioned, there was the archaeological findings at Wolf Neck, and the county and Lewes BPW has committed to the treatment of their effluent going to the outfall will be equal or more stringent than ours. So.
I'm sorry, who said it? Was that the county and Lewes or just the county?
The county and Lewes.
Okay.
So that's basically it. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of questions.
Well, in the past budget, we mentioned several times, obviously, the increase in wastewater fees for last year, but also the upcoming 2 years. So this is a possibility that it could help our constituents reduce their fees. For me, the new dynamic is the Lewes Board of Public Works. In the letter, it mentions that DNREC has opined that a second ocean outfall within a mile and a half of Rehoboth was not a great idea. So, I mean, I'm willing to entertain this, but I'd also like to see what our constituents have to say. Is there any comments up here before we go to the public?
I just wanted to make a bottom line comment from me, having been here for the first 2 rounds, I think, of this. The 4 things that appealed to me were, 3 of them are just one word: explore, consider, discuss. All that means is let's chat and decide whether or not there's a path forward. And then the one that is most enticing to me is the significant difference from what we were approached with last time. So bottom line for me is I thought it was very worthwhile to listen.
To listen.
To listen,
go forward.
Explore, consider, and discuss.
Well, that's right. I thought rather than, if people were inclined to turn it down, that or to go forward regardless, that it would be worthwhile to have them here in person, representatives from both groups. Because that was a significant part of our discussions the first 2 times, I think, being able to look them in the eye and ask questions directly. So that's one reason where I would be in favor of bringing them back here, actually fulfilling their ask, which was to evaluate further the potential for a partnership. Anybody else up here?
Well, I think, as I remember as well, is I'm glad to hear that they're willing to at least, it sounds like, put the same, put the same level of water back, because I think last time the problem was they were not going to adhere to the same standards that we had in terms of what we consider clean water. Is that correct?
Yeah, that was one of the sticking points from last time.
And what you're saying now is that they will now guarantee same or better than what we currently have as our standard.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, if you recall, within their letter, they mentioned that Sussex County, learned a lot from the first 2 conversations And so now have the ability to address those. But again, I would like to see them here, Tim, for you to ask you the
No, I
same
agree.
question.
I agree.
So, anybody else up here before we go to the public?
I would agree to bring them forward for the next steps. When they come forward, I'd also like just to understand the phrase regional partnership. Is that a formal organization, or just is that kind of a catchphrase of putting the three together, or is that something of that nature? And then also the relationship or understanding with the Lewes Board of Public Works. Is that a separate entity than the city of Lewes? And sort of where are their responsibilities and their financial or wherewithal comes from? Just understand their makeup, if you will.
Let me have Alex. He's a city solicitor for Lewes, so he can.
But I do not represent the Lewes BPW. They were created under a separate act of the General Assembly, so they have a different charter than the city of Lewes. They have different representation. They're a whole different entity.
So are there others like that exist in the state of Delaware?
I'm not sure, but by way of analogy, BPW would be like if Rehoboth and the Public Works Department were different entities. So the
So again, we then would not have a relationship with the city, but this other organization, and I'd be interested in their financial backing and their financial status, and
how they are organized, like
just who are we entering into business with?
It's also curious. I mean, in the course of this conversation, we've learned that our engineering consultant is the same that's used by the state. So that, sorry, not by the state, by Sussex County. That may be something that we would need to consider along the way, whether we need a different third-party opinion rather than somebody who's representing sort of both two critical pieces of the equation. Just put that out there for now.
Appreciate that.
So in the course of this presentation, we learned that our engineering consultant, what's it called? GHD is also the engineering consultant for Sussex County. That could inherently be an issue, but it may not be an issue. But we may want to consider whether we had an independent engineering firm verify things for us.
Okay, will do. Anybody else up here? Bunky?
I have no reason to not want to explore this.
We'll go to Tom, and then Christoph, and then Pat, and then next.
Tom Gaynor, property owner in Rehoboth. How many days last year were the beaches closed due to contamination? Last summer? None? In the last 3 years? Any beach closures because of any kind of high contaminants on any of the beaches? Last 3 to 5 years?
Yes.
Yes. And that was using 30% of our capacity on our outfall. So now what they are suggesting, and I like your comment, right? Explore, consider, discuss. A little bit like the wolf outside of the chicken coop asking, do you want to be fried, baked, or broiled? You've got Sussex now bringing a private utility to the game and saying, oh, there's archaeological relevant stuff. So what? That doesn't affect us. That's their problem. What does affect us is the fact that we lost the beach on north of Rehoboth Avenue on Deauville. The services are already at catastrophe. People are already unhappy about that. And now you're going to entertain bringing other jurisdictional contaminants into our beaches. You've got one job, folks, and it's to make sure those beaches stay open 24/7 from Memorial Day to Labor Day. This ain't the way to do it. Shut them down. Don't ask whether we're going to be fried, broiled, or baked, because that's what they want. And if you think otherwise, you're incredibly naive. 30% of our capacity has gotten us beach days that are not generating revenue for tourists that will not maybe come back. And you're going to think about entertaining somebody else's contaminants to take up more of that capacity to potentially shut down the one thing that brings people here to spend money. That is the dumbest idea we could possibly entertain.
Thank you, Tom. Christoph? Do you want to relate anything in your letter or read your letter or?
Sure. First, as introduction, Christophe Toulouse, I'm the Executive Director of the Center for the Inland Bays. We are one of 28 national estuary programs around the country, and we were designated because we are an estuary of national significance, according to Congress. But we're also, as a center, established by the Delaware General Assembly in 1994, and so have been working for 30 years trying to improve the quality of this environment that we're all taking advantage of in one form or fashion. What I'd like to say is, and maybe Henry would know better to respond, is that when you have beach closures here, it's not related to the outfall. This is related to runoff and the discharge from streets and other non-point sources. So it's important to keep those things distinct.
Thank you for stating that. I appreciate it.
Sure. And the permit requirements that you were talking about that would be no less stringent than what Rehoboth's are for the effluent. And those permit conditions include, we're not going to include pathogens in those effluents, and we're going to take some controls over nitrogen and phosphorus, which are the other predominant contaminants that would be included. Those don't affect public health, but they are, potentially a concern for the life out in the ocean and those sorts of things. But again, reduced to a level where those impacts in that environment are going to be minimal. You might ask, why is the Center for the Inland Bays weighing in this at all? And the reason is this. First of all, Lewes, the Public Works Department, has a facility that is extraordinarily vulnerable. And so for not just the Board of Public Works there, but for the citizens who live there who depended on them doing their job, it's a pretty big deal. And moving to Wolf's Neck was certainly an option, potentially a very good one, for allowing them to have a facility that's more secure, but also then having a way through spare irrigation on forested land to actually soak up the nutrients, which are a major concern for us. We do a report every 5 years on the state of the bays. And one of the things that we cannot improve is water quality in our bays. And the reason for that, in part, is because we have so much land application of these effluents coming out of wastewater treatment facilities, that what happens is we continue an input of those nutrients into our groundwater. That groundwater eventually ends up in our bays, and it does create havoc with the living resources in those bays. And so for us, being able to take advantage of the excess capacity that the Rehoboth outfall provides would be a huge boon for an environment that affects the folks in Rehoboth Beach, certainly affects a whole lot of other folks around our watershed. So for us, from a very parochial perspective, but certainly one related to water quality and the health of the living things in our area, in our watershed, this is really a big deal. And so having that opportunity is great. I've always been told when people are already amenable to the thing that you ask for, don't talk anymore. And so, our request was, yes, please entertain the discussion with the Lewes Board of Public Works and with the Sussex County folks, just to see what there is, because I have a feeling your decision ultimately is going to be predicated on things that have a lot more to do with issues that we are not competent to speak to. But anyway, that discussion, I think, is potentially very rewarding, certainly for the Inland Bays watershed. So thank you.
Thank you, Christophe. And I'm sorry, we will embed your letter in the agenda after the fact so that everybody can have. Basically, it reflects exactly what you said. So thank you very much, Pat. Your name and address.
Pat Caluzzi, 41 Sussex Street in Rehoboth Beach. It sounds like so far what I'm hearing is the majority of you would like to move forward, at least hear the discussion and have the discussion with the county and with Lewes Board of Public Works. And I do want to emphasize again that the ocean outfall, and some of you, I know for the mayor was there when we first started talking about the outfall. Should there be an outfall or should there be land application? And there was never, we knew that the land application was always going to be risky in terms of things going into the bay. So we came up with the idea, and Commissioner Gossett, you were there too, I think, that the outfall was the best solution. And again, to talk about the idea that the outfall causes beach closures. No, it is stormwater. And I know that this has been a separate discussion that you all are having, and it's a very important one, which of course is not what the county will be speaking to or Lewes Board of Public Works. But it's so important. I think it's going to be important for the constituency to understand that the rates can go down significantly. It'll cost us a whole lot less. And I think I'm really happy to hear that you're going to move forward with, it sounds like so far, of having that conversation with the county and the Board of Public Works. So thanks.
Thank you, Pat. Suzanne, and then Walter, and then Jay.
Hi, Suzanne Good, property owner and full-time resident. I'm hearing some premature assumptions here that the majority of you are ready to move forward with this, because I hope today's discussion is about that we are still at the point as to whether or not this is a good idea. In late 2021, as Henry has summarized, there was a one-time purchase price. This seems to be a little more flexible with a lease, but we're adding a lot more treated effluent this time. We're adding the whole town of Lewes. The job of the Board of Commissioners, in my view, is to protect our beaches at all costs, to save our beaches. This one engineering firm, GHD, telling us that the ocean outfall cannot be the cause of any of the swimming advisories we've had in the past, I guess, 6 years since June of 2018 when the outfall went online, I'm a little skeptical. Because our beaches are literally like our golden goose, they're like our lifeblood of our economy. We could lose an entire swimming season, entire tourist season, if not several years of tourism, if we get a reputation for having problematic water quality. I'm extremely concerned about being basically, in effect, a waste repository for areas to our north. I mean, I feel for them. I know they've encountered additional problems with this sort of, or these artifacts, this archaeological issue they've encountered, which they have to address. But at this point, accepting additional contaminants treated by someone else, bringing them to our outfall, which right now has recently added, I'm sure you're all familiar, about two and a half years ago, the Holland Glade area, the service area, was added to our outfall. So the pumps and diffusers are already working harder than they were in 2018. I think there are too many risks to a system which we took on all the debt to create. I have like so much hesitation, and because 2 new commissioners will be seated here in September, I hope you would defer any vote on whether or not to pursue discussions with the county and the Bureau of Public Works in Lewes until September or later. Thank you.
And Walter, and then Jay.
Good afternoon, Walter Birmingham, 123 Hamilton Avenue. We moved from Lewes to Rehoboth in 1956. That's item 1. I've probably lived here longer than all of you combined. Lived on Lewes Beach, watched the outfall go right past my home. I had no problems with it at all. Don't lose an opportunity to help our fellow man. There's no problems with this. We have enough capacity to it. Respectfully, you kick the can down the street with Deauville. Don't kick the can down the street on this. Try to work with these people. Don't worry about the artifacts that they've found at Wolf Neck. But the county has been very good to us, and you need to tell those stories back, because some of you don't even know those stories. We've come a long way, and there's no reason why we should not be reasonable participants in something that can help our fellow man. Thank you.
Thank you, Walter. Jay?
I'm going to ask Henry a question. Has our
Your name? Your name?
My name is Jay Legree. I'm the same one that was here a minute ago. I might look a lot different, but I'm the same person. Have we gotten our new permit? Has that been changed? Are we still operating under 2015 TMDL limits?
Yeah, we're under.
Okay. Do we expect a new permit that would change from DENREC? I think DENREC's going to issue the permit.
Yes.
Do we any heads up on that?
Henry, you're going to need to come to a microphone.
Yeah, here. That's why I'm here. I have other questions.
Probably not this year. It won't be received.
Okay. But it's going to be several years before they build their new wastewater treatment plant. Our wastewater.
Sorry, I don't understand the dialogue that just happened. Could you explain what you were talking about?
Yes, we have limits. It's called maximum daily load of nutrients that we can send out our ocean outfall. Our wastewater plant in Rehoboth is extremely clean, and we are getting really good effluent that's flowing out 1 mile out into the ocean. Now, about 5 years ago, we had engineers come in, and they figured the dissociation constants that apply to the nutrients that we're sending out our outfall. And it's like 40 feet. It's almost Zippo. It's nutrients that we're putting out there are nitrogen and phosphorus primarily. Other little, like mostly nitrogen and phosphorus. Now, if Sussex County can build a treatment facility that is as good as ours, I think this is probably the greatest thing since sliced bread. It'll come down our pipeline. It'll go into our outfall. It won't have to go through our treatment plant. It's just a win-win thing. It gets their effluent out of the canal, which is what CIB is interested in, but it also puts nutrients, a little bit of nutrients out into the ocean where they're needed. The plankton out there live on. They need nutrients to thrive, although there's probably plenty out there already. The EPA is talking about lowering the limits so we can look for more stringent TMDLs down the line. But our treatment plant's great. How many million gallons does Lewes put out a day? We're putting out about 1 million a day. In the summertime we'll get close to 3.5, but we're putting out 1 million a day right now on the average. I think us and Lewes. Am I incorrect? Through our, huh? No, that's what we've been having in years gone by. That's what Bert charges for that. And I think 1 million a day is about what we're averaging. Year round, 1 million a day. 500,000 maybe in the winter, more than that in the summer. The summer will double. Our treatment plant will double in the summertime. So we'll put out a couple million a day in the summer, and then we'll drop back down. 42% of our wastewater effluent comes from Dewey Beach, and they're paying us for that. And everything's great. It's really working. Plus, we got 7 million gallons of excess capacity out there. So for us not to use that, as long as we control the nutrients, if they'll build a wastewater plant clean as ours, and control the nutrients, and our TDML or our TMDLs don't go up, it'll be money in the bank. So I'm in favor of going forward with it. The archaeological thing's going to be years. They're not going to get that cleaned out for a long time, and they may never get to spray. If it's a 10,000-year-old village that used to be out there, it'll be years. They can forget about that. We just have to control the nutrients, and we control the nutrients by leasing and having those stipulations in our lease. 25 years is great. 50 years, 25 plus 25 more. That's what our biosolids contract is right now. That's great. We get the money for 50 years down the road. And we just need to have Sam Cooper come and write the contract, because you can't beat the biosolids contract. I think this is a great thing, and I need to sit down. Oh, beach closings, not associated with outfall. Outfall is... Huh? Oh, you good to go with that?
No, we're not. We're not.
I love you, Jay, but we're going to agree to disagree.
Hey, please. Jay,
The
would
beach
you-
closing is not associated with the outfall, no way. We did a 2018 study that we sent in to NOAA that proved that the contamination of our beaches was coming from Rehoboth Avenue, from Grenoble, and from Laurel, and from nowhere else. And that's why they went ahead and gave us the permit to build the outfall.
Thank you, Jay.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
I only have 6 more items, and we'll get that later.
We're going to close the public portion. Everybody's had their chance, and this will be back in front of us at some point.
I say go forward. This is a great thing.
Got it. Thank you.
Save the beach. Shut it down.
So, sure.
Walter Birmingham, 123 on Open Avenue. Thank you. I would think that most people in this room do not realize there's already a pipe coming from Midway to here. It's a two-way pipe. It was installed several years ago. We already have had the capacity, whether or not the county pumped it to us or not, and the county has been a good participant. They were good enough to come in and help rescue our plants and spend a lot of money there. And we have had some very good consultants. And so when they took us on as a partner and have paid for the state road lift station and stuff like that, I think the people in this room that don't have a friggin' clue, I think you need to think about how good the county's been. And I think, other than the fact that the people that were there beforehand, our plant administrator, always put out good product. That's why problems that we have out in the ocean are non-existent. But I think the people need to be fully informed before they come in here and say the things they're saying. Thank you.
Thank you, Walter. With that, it's back to the commissioners. I'm hearing somewhat of a consensus to move forward. As I indicated at the beginning of this meeting, my intent was to introduce this topic, get some feedback, and then most likely go to the June 21st regular meeting to resume conversation, give more opportunity for the public to speak up, and then take a formal vote. And again, the formal vote would be on whether or not to invite the county and the BPW here for additional discussions. The vote is not a vote to give them the yes that we are in partnership with them. So I want to make sure that's very clear. Is everybody okay with that? I mean, technically, we could garner a consensus and just bring them forward. But are you okay with my program?
I was in agreement with what Commissioner Sharp said. We need to gather information.
So do we want to just say yes, let's invite them in, or are you amenable to putting it on the June 21st agenda for a formal vote?
So
I would prefer.
6 1/2 dozen.
Well, here's my immediate reaction, because this is going to get misrepresented. It's going to, either in the press, either by verbal discussions with people. It's going to get misrepresented that we are entering into an agreement. So I would prefer at a workshop, or even if you felt the 21st was better, to have a discussion before any kind of vote is entertained. Because the minute we take a vote on something, it will hit the grapevine that we've already voted to go into this partnership. No question in my mind.
So if I could just add to that, I don't think we need to have a vote ever to talk to anybody about anything. We don't. We can invite them here to have a conversation when you decide you want to do that. Let me finish. Just let me finish. So, but I also agree that we have seen now repeatedly things mischaracterized about things like our budget and the city being broke. The city isn't broke. So we don't want this to be mischaracterized either, that we're entering into any sort of agreement with Sussex County and the Lewes Board of Public Works. And so I think a simple decision on your part about inviting them to come present to us is fine. But that's no agreement in any way, shape, or form that we're going to do anything ever with them.
Well, let me put it this way. Is there any objection to me inviting the representatives from Sussex County and the Lewes Board of Public Works to a future workshop meeting to continue the discussion?
No objection.
And I'm not putting the date in there because I need to confer with them. Any objections?
No objection.
No, all righty. So we have our path forward. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. With that, we're going to go to our next and last bit of new business, discuss an ordinance amending Chapter 92, Section 92-38, parking restricted for certain vehicles, Section, et cetera, et cetera. I'm going to turn it over to Evan, and he can explain the entirety of the proposed amendments in front of us.
Sure, I think the proposed amendments are relatively straightforward. So in the agenda item report, you'll see that on or about February 14th, 2024, DENREC regained control of their property known as Deauville Beach. And because Deauville Beach was leased by the city of Rehoboth Beach, there are several references to Deauville Beach in the city code that need to be removed. And really it addresses rules and regulations around parking, concessions operations, smoking. Again, the ordinance that's before you all, it's included within the agenda item report, is to consider removing references to Deauville Beach as it relates to those things. So I'll go through them individually. 9238 is parking restricted for certain vehicles. This pretty much established that if a vehicle is between 22 feet 3 inches in length or longer, but doesn't exceed 40 feet, that they can park at Deauville Beach. That is no longer the case. So again, we modify the language to say that no vehicle over 22 feet 3 inches can park in the city unless it's at the convention center in the bus parking spaces where we have enough space for those types of vehicles. 92-264 is special considerations and exceptions. This is where we codified the parking permit for anybody parking at Deauville Beach if they are in excess of that maximum length requirement, and that was $50 a day. Again, we no longer charge for parking down at Deauville Beach, so the proposal is to remove that. Section 95-12 is definitions. This is related to concession operations, so this is defining the area in which concession operations can take place, and they talk about the northern boundary of the city and shall include a designated area as Deauville Beach. Again, we do not have our contracted concessionaire operate down at Deauville Beach. Rather, the state has entered into a separate agreement with the concessionaire to provide services down there. So the proposal is to terminate that description of the concession area to include just the north side of Pennsylvania Avenue, which is essentially the southern boundary of Deauville Beach. Chapter 195 is parks, and this establishes the rules and regulations for parks. So the proposal was to remove Deauville Beach from the definition of park. And then, again, that's for the purposes of establishing rules and regulations for our city parks. And again, so as Deauville Beach is a state park, they have their own rules and regulations. And so the proposal was to remove Deauville Beach from our definition of park. And then finally, Chapter 224-2 is smoking tobacco prohibited. This excluded the area as Deauville Beach. So again, my understanding is that state parks are smoke-free. So again, that's their own rule, their own regulation for Deauville Beach. The proposal is to remove that. That concludes the ordinance. Again, the ordinance was just to align with the recent decision from the state to take back over ownership of Deauville Beach.
Evan, there's definitions there of Section 1 and Section 2 of the beach. And I'm not exactly sure why it's there. It's probably to have something in the code with respect to Katz and Lynam's contract with us. But my question revolves around changing the north line from the north of Deauville Beach to Pennsylvania Avenue, and yet leaving the center divider between Section 1 and 2 at Maryland Avenue. Did we check with Katz and Lynam, or do we need to, or did you have any thoughts on that Maryland should be shifted down one block?
So I will have to check with Katz and Lynam, but I did meet with them, and I had kept them apprised of what was going on with Deauville Beach and the considerations with the state. The state was also directly in contact with them. So during the conversations, the meetings that we had, this was never brought up, at least from them, out of a concern of where the beach is split. Again, they are contracted with the state to provide services down at Deauville Beach, so I think for the purposes of their operations, maybe it makes sense to still have that delineator as Maryland. But I can certainly check with them and confirm that. But that was not a concern that was brought up.
Again, I just don't remember how it's why it's referred to that in our code.
Sure.
And whether it makes any difference or
Yeah.
not. Very good. So your intent is to be able to put this on the June 21st agenda for a vote. Is there any questions up here?
No, but a
Commissioner
comment.
Preston?
But a comment. I've mentioned this in the past a couple of times, and while I won't do it today, in the future I will do it. This is one of those examples of something that's not controversial, where we could take action today, and we have sought the advice of counsel, and counsel says we can act in these sessions. And for me, leaving this to the next meeting doesn't make a lot of sense. We could act on it today, get it out of the way, and be done with it, move on. I won't do it today, but Mayor, I think in the future we should consider these non-controversial things for action in these workshops.
All right. Anybody else up here?
What if we did nothing with this? I mean, to me, this seems like lightning speed for us to have done something with the beach. And if we just left it as it was, what would the harm be?
Well, I think our main intent here is just to clear up any miscommunication or ambiguity. I mean, on our city website, we've obviously updated the information about Deauville Beach, who's responsible, that the state's responsible now for it, and if you need parking. But I would.
No, I appreciate that.
Yeah,
and I compliment you. I mean, this is, in my 3 years, probably the quickest we've done anything. And, but I just don't understand what the sense of urgency was why we had to do it right away.
Sure. I actually thought that I was moving too slow, knowing that the state made that decision back in February, and here it is for you in June. I was upset at my own speed on this, so. Yeah.
Anybody else there? Any members of the public want to comment on this proposed amendment? If not, we'll come back to the commissioners. Thank you, Evan.
Sure.
With that, we'll go to commissioner announcements or comments. Anything?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I do have a comment. Before the meeting started, there was a constituent that made a complaint about the reference in the agenda to the use of, what do we call them?
Agenda item report.
Agenda item reports. And I just want to say, for the record, that it has been discussed in multiple public meetings, these agenda item reports, so it should come as no surprise to the public that they're in the agenda. It was a request by the commissioners for efficiency's sake, so that there's a description, a summary description of what's being put in front of us. And I think they're a great addition to the work product that the staff has put together. And I just wanted to support you, Mayor, in saying that this is not new. It's not new today. It wouldn't have been new the last meeting. It's been discussed for months and months and months. And in fact, if you go back and listen to the meetings, you will hear rants by Commissioner Sharp that staff had not prepared these for us. So to suggest somehow that we have hidden this from the public is just wrong. So thank you for that, and thank you for the staff. Thank you to the staff for continuing to improve these. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. And with that, we'll go to...
Mayor, I'm sorry, one other comment, if I may.
Yeah.
All of us had received an email regarding the historic designation of the boardwalk. And I don't know if there's going to be any action taken on that to investigate that. I believe that came from the Beach and Boardwalk Committee member to see what, if anything, can move forward on that, just to recognize the receipt of it.
Yeah, I think that should have gone through the chair, which is me, but that will be on probably the June 21st agenda for...
Okay. I just don't want to be non-responsive to a request from the committee.
No. Review future meeting dates. The next regular meeting is Friday, June 22nd, June 21, 2:00 p.m. Any citizen comments on, is this off topic? Well, this is the opportunity for off topic. We've had our opportunity for topic. And we've got a 3-minute limit, and then Walter, did you want to speak? You've got a 3-minute limit. Your
Suzanne
name?
Good, property owner and full-time resident. I just want to put on the record for those who haven't studied this closely that we are and have been for many years great partners with Sussex County, which uses between 42 and 50% of our Roosevelt Street wastewater treatment plant's capacity. And as most of you know, that's actually increased with that Holland Glade area having been added, all of their untreated effluent. We treat it, we send it to our outfall, and that was, I think that was in the fall of 2022 that they tied in to head to our wastewater treatment plant from the Holland Glade Road area. But my concern is something that I hope some of us will get the answer to, because I was unable to get this answer a couple of years ago. In most states, outfalls go 3 miles offshore. Our outfall, as does the Bethany Beach outfall, which mainly comes from that south coastal wastewater treatment plant, are about a mile out. I believe ours is 6,000 feet, not just 5,280 feet, but essentially it's a mile offshore. So I think the members of the public deserve to get some answers as to whether the state of Delaware is protecting our ocean beaches sufficiently with this approximately 1 mile metric. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Suzanne. Walter? Time limited. Speak fast.
Walter Brittingham, 123 Hennepin Avenue. My question, Commissioner, excuse me, I'll address it to the chair. My question was in relation earlier, before the meeting started, what did it mean changed from previous agendas that in the blue agenda item report? And respectfully, I'm sorry, no, I'm not sorry to say, we don't trust you. So I asked, what did it mean? And it's the first time I've gone back through my minutes, and it's the first time I've seen agenda item report, and I wanted to know what it meant. And I have the right to ask, and you can shake your head, but you're new here, and I've been here since '56. my statement, my question is, because once you close, I would not be allowed to say it. So I have in front of me the agenda for the Commissioners of Rehoboth Beach special meeting, City Hall Commissioners Room, second floor, today's date to immediately follow the workshop meeting. And then it says item 1 is call to order. Then it says a roll call. Then it says the purpose of the special meeting, and then it's adjournment. And I waited the last time, and you never came out of executive session. You adjourned. You didn't care if anybody else in this was, I waited to see what it was going to be about. And I think, well, I know, because I've been around for some of them, that you're very careful on what the agenda says, and how the agenda is written or not written makes a difference. Pat Caluzzi knows that. But I think you could do a lot more. Maybe you're within the law, but we've seen you do things around the law. You've been reprimanded by the Attorney General's office for that. But I would think that at the end of executive session, before you ever went into it, you're going to say, you should say, and we will not be coming out of executive session and doing any discussion, or we may not be doing executive session, or do we have to go home and listen to what happened at the meeting because you came out afterwards and went back into public session before you adjourned the meeting?
Walter, what day do you specifically?
Well, this one I printed last night, and I just happen to have 5 copies, and I'll give them all to you.
Because if you give us a date, we'll look it up, but I pretty much always give a description of what we're doing.
Commissioner Ed, he remembers me sitting back here, and he said, "You're still here," and he said, "We adjourned right from the caucus room."
All right, thank you. Thank you.
That's not accurate. We did come back into this room. We did exit executive session with a motion, and we did adjourn the meeting, not realizing that anyone was waiting outside. But we did come back into this room.
I was sitting outside the door, sir.
I think we
And
all
I was
we
not
all came
allowed
back in through that
in.
door.
I was not allowed back in because the door was still locked.
And that may have been inadvertent. Thank you, Walter. We'll make sure that doesn't happen again, the best we can. With that, and no further citizen comment, then this meeting is adjourned at 1:21 p.m. We would need to take a 4 or 5 minute recess so that Ann can reset the cameras, and then we will be starting the special meeting.